Hello! This is my new microphone. I hope it sounds good. Yeah, you guys let me know how the new microphone sounds. But anyway, we are back into it with Fata Morgana and this vaguely Italian singing, cause it's the family, right, from Sicily. Vaguely threatening mafia music. Anyway, things are so bad right now. Like, oh my gosh. So, Retro, hello! My microphone came in, woo! Hey, Retro! But yeah, recap from last time. We are in the Gilded Age of America. The master of the house in this day and age is Jacopo, who is a self-made tycoon who is originally from like the Sicilian mafia, was kind of raised in that, and he ended up marrying the white-haired girl who was a titled noble in this era, and it seems they would actually have the capacity to get along if it wasn't for the fact that Maria here on the right, who is an old friend of Jacopo and is the only person in the entire house who's nice to the white-haired girl, seems to be the only one that either of them can confide in. But it turns out Maria is actually turning them against each other, and since husband and wife just won't communicate, things are just getting more and more abusive and terrible, and they don't know that the confidant of each of them is a bad actor in the metaphorical sense. So, Like, it's gotten so bad that, the husband has locked his wife up in a shack, which is where these two are right now. And we just found out that Maria is a bad guy, so it's all fucked. Yay. So I guess we might as well get into it. So yeah, the white-haired girl wrote a letter for him, meaning that it was all like, meaning that it was supposed to be for him. But Maria claimed to Jacopo that the white-haired girl had written it to another man and not him, so that to make him think that she was cheating even though she was locked up in a room. So she's actually too faithful, if anything, but he keeps thinking she's unfaithful. Alright. So Maria's about to go lie to her, I assume, about how he reacted to the letter. So how did he react to the letter? Well, yeah, about that. Would he not take it? Oh no, he took it. Just, don't feel too bad about this, madam. He said he's too busy with work. And tossed the letter aside. I told him to make sure he writes you a reply, but he hasn't gotten around to it at all. Complete lie. I see. That's a shame. Like, when he heard it was a letter from his wife, he like went and grabbed the letter right away, only for Maria to tell him that she wrote it to somebody else. Ah! It kills me to see you like this, madam. Liar! I don't get why he has to be so heartless. You're lying! Not even taking a little bit of time out of his day to read the letter you poured your soul into writing. It's unacceptable. I'm sure he really is busy. He did not throw it away, though, did he? I imagine he means to read it when he has more time. Madam, after everything he's done to you, you still think he means well? I have faith. My timing was poor, that's all. I believe in him. I believe that the day will come when he gives me his attention again, as he did before. Madam. So, could I ask you to believe with me, Maria? To have faith that he will once more show me his love, and that mine will reach him. Something tells me that it will all work out if you pray for it. Yeah, okay, if you're fine with me praying, I'll pray. I'll get down on my knees for you, madam. I'll have faith. Thank you. I would like to write another letter. When it is complete, could I ask you to deliver it to him? I'll give him as many as you want. Ah! As many as it takes for you to get through to him. Ah! You really ought to learn not to be so trusting, madam. Take a real close look, and you'll see exactly who it was that ground your happy little life into dust. Thank you, Maria. I'm the reincarnation of the Mother of God. I know, may there be a comeuppance. I hope so. I mean, she is also residing in the house. Maybe misfortune is coming to her, too. Oh, God, I can't hold back the laughter. This is a stage of my own creation. We didn't have enough actors, so the playwright had to take on a role herself, but that only adds to the excitement. Yes, this is all my masterpiece. You're just ignorant puppets, dancing to my tune. From the first shot to the last, blind to whose finger is sitting on the trigger. Listen to me, Jacopo, and try to keep your head. I saw the madam meeting with another man behind your back. You know the arch in the rose garden? Oh, whoops. The far side's out of sight from the mansion, making the perfect place to hide. Oh, thank you! Ooh, it's warm. Thank you very much. What kind is it?
Ham and cheese.
Ooh, I was about to say it looks cheesy. Thank you.
I got a Carl that we could share. It's already cut in half.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That sounds great. So pretty. Crossing my fingers. Yeah, I got noms. Alright. I saw her back there. From the looks of it, the madam's having her meetings with one of the men who comes to your business gatherings. They don't act like they're just friends. But just to be clear, I don't have any solid proof, so it'd be best if you don't mention this to her yet. You wouldn't want to start throwing around accusations only to find out too late it was all a big misunderstanding. I'll get to the bottom of it, so I think the madam might have her eyes on several men. Being a woman, you know, I can tell these things. She's giving these suggestive looks. But to whom, I can't pinpoint. A lot of people come in and out of this house, after all. What? You want to keep her from leaving her room? That might be for the best. Girl, with so much going so well, it makes me think even God's on my side. They could just talk it over with one another. But they won't, and they're in deeper and deeper shit for it. You're the only one I can trust, Maria. And the timing that night, my God, it was perfect. Hey, Jacopo? I could just be misreading her, but something seems off about the madam. Like, she's been on edge or something. I tried to egg her into revealing what's going on. She let slip that she might be going out somewhere tonight. Oh, she set that all up! The dancing! Girl! Oh my God, this is awful. She's not going with you, is she? You were going out to survey a construction site today, right? And I'd suggest you get that taken care of quickly, and she totally lied about him not coming back that night. Dance? At this time of night? Yeah, and since it's so late, no loud music. All you get is a little whistling, courtesy of me. But this room is too small for... Well, use the Great Hall! Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? He would probably complain about the noise, too. No need to worry. Jacopo's out inspecting some factory or something today. After that, he's got a meeting, so he'll be staying the night elsewhere. I thought you would not be back until tomorrow. And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my staying the night elsewhere have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you? No. What would I possibly want you out of the house for? I'm sure you know better than anyone. What? What is that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? And I have to say, you seem to be having quite the time. Look at you. You're out of breath, red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the hell were you going? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Oh, no, that's Maria. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If I hadn't asked you to dance, and me bringing the perfume only made things worse. No, you need not feel bad about anything, Maria. Everything you did was with my best interests at heart. No! Your worst interests at heart! She doesn't even suspect me in the slightest. And I was able to put that perfume to great use. That money-sucking leech Tommaso showed up at the perfect time, too. Pretty sure that's when Jacopo started getting actively violent. A jealous man is a wonderful thing. Always imagining the worst and making matters worse for it. Wow, is that you, Tommaso? It's been so long. What brings you here? You're going through such a tapestry of emotions, Retro, but I mean, same. Ooh, looky who it is, little Miss Campanella. There's a surprise. Didn't see you to expect this side of the Great Blue. Oh, you know, I've been giving Jacopo a hand. Huh, well, color me impressed. After what happened, I wouldn't have thought you'd want nothing to do with him. That was between our parents. Jacopo didn't have anything to do with it. Well, would sure be nice for all you younger generation to go through life with nothing to spark that kind of powder keg. Not that it's my place to talk. No need to worry yourself about any of that. So, what brings you here, Tommaso? I'm a little, you know how it is. Having a bit of trouble staying afloat. Ah, I see. So you're here to beg for offerings? Pretty shameless, Tommaso. No point in having shame if it ain't making money. Toss that out with the chamber pot. Hell, it might make things easier if I quit being human altogether. Oh, you guys were right when he's totally shameless. Are you that hard for cash? Unfortunately, numbers were supposed to go up, but for some reason they ended up going down instead. Might be best if you kick the gambling habit. Now, that's like telling me to go off myself. Huh, I bet. So, say, Tommaso, maybe I could pitch in a bit too? Ooh, you mean it? That'd be a huge help. There's seriously not a scrap of shame in you. However, in exchange, I'd like you to do something for me. Someone whose face needs a visit from my fists? Depending on the number, I could also possibly cut him into chunks and toss him in the ocean. Whoa, keep it clean. I'm not asking you to do anything like that. What is it then? Something a lowlife like me can do? It'll be easy. And it's nothing bad either. You're gonna go talk to Jacopo, aren't you? Well, there's something I'd like you to tell him while you're at it. Oh, that he got to see his wife and that she's pretty or something, that she asked this or that, right? You know he's married, right? He can get pretty nasty with his wife, though. That's so. Sounds like she's got it rough. She does, and she's religiously devoted to him, too. I've been trying to nudge things in the right direction to get her back on good terms with him, but I haven't had much luck. Ain't that something the two of them should work through? Normally, yes, but it's reached the point where I can't bear to sit back and watch anymore. I don't like seeing the two of them in pain. I want to do something for them. How noble. You're pretty devoted yourself, little lady. I'm not important right now. Just doing the right thing. The thing is, Jacopo won't hear a word of it. I figured maybe you, being a man, might be able to get through to him a little better than me. Doubt he'll listen to me either, to be honest. Come on, he used to be really close, though. And I doubt he hates you. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Anywho, talking's someone anyone can do. So what do you want me to tell him? I need you to give him a bit of a scolding. Tell him the madam came to you asking for advice and that she accidentally let slip the way he treats her day to day causes her grief. I've never met this wife of his before, you know? It works even better that way. She's so downtrodden she can't talk to anyone about it, and she thought that maybe you, being family, might be able to help. She's never met you, but she still latched on to that ray of hope. I'm sure when Jacopo finds out she brought up with family, he'll know he can't keep mistreating her. Maria! No! Things like this, they hit home harder when they come from someone on the outside. You make a decent point. Just remember, little lady, all I can do is bring it up with him. Can't guarantee it'll change nothing. The emotional roller coaster continues. I know! That's all I need you to do. Thanks a bunch, Tommaso. Oh, right, one more thing. This is some perfume that's grown quite popular recently. Ask him to give it to the madam as a gift. He won't take it, you keep it. Give it to another woman, sell it, whatever you want. Perfume, eh? Very thoughtful of you. I thought it was suspicious that he was carrying the exact same perfume. Women do like getting gifts like that. Yes, we do. If Big Bad Jacopo gives her some of that, they'll be lovebirds again before you know it. I'm sure of it. Never thought the day'd come when I got to play Cupid. Now I'm starting to get kind of excited about this. Stay focused, Tommaso, and thanks. Also, you didn't hear any of this from me. I'm fine, just pulling the strings from the shadows. Ah! Their relationship's in complete shambles. And Jacopo still insists he fucking loves her. And the man says she still believes in him. Seriously, how stupid can you be? Poor Jacopo. Poor madam. Now then, let's see where this Boulder Girl's to next. And how far it keeps rolling. Naturally, I'll be nudging it along its way. Because after all, the play lives or dies by the director's hands. But like, do you want money? Do you want to ruin Jacopo? Because you seem to be trying to push her towards a divorce, but... Master, are you shocked? Or do you instead lament this development? Both! I was deeply sorrowful, though to a lesser degree, about Maria's true intentions and more my shameful inability to recognize her machinations. At the time, I too believed that Maria was the white-haired girl's one and only ally. You could do something, right? It was not until everything had drawn to a close that I discovered the truth. Then, I now know how the tale ends, you say? Yes, that is correct. Well aware that it was not the case, I told you the story in a way that suggested she was on the white-haired girl's side. Oh my. I wonder if that constitutes lying to you, Master. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, I feel like, you know? I merely wanted to present the events to you in order, starting from the beginning, when Maria's ill intentions were still veiled in shadow. I wanted you to know the same feeling of consternation I had experienced. I'm consternated, all right. No! Don't cry! The white-haired girl continued to write letter after letter. They were all addressed to her dear husband, detailing her ever-persistent love for him and her desire for their relationship to return to what it had once been. Omitting certain details. Yeah, I guess so. My beloved, I am sure your hands are quite full right now, but that is fine. It does not change my love for you. Do you remember the day we went out together? That was, perhaps, the most wonderful day of my life. I had a truly incredible time. I still treasure the gift you gave to me, for it is the one and only present I have received from you. That reminds me, Maria tried to teach me how to dance. I doubt I will ever progress beyond being laughably bad, though. It would be nice if, someday, you and I could dance together. Perhaps, when you have a little respite from work, we could go out again, maybe take a carriage somewhere a little farther away, and we could dine at a restaurant more to your liking. Although, I think the cuisine at the other restaurant was exquisite, personally. Do I, perhaps, have an unrefined palate? Maria altered the letters before delivering them, however. I had a feeling. She changed the addressee from Jacopo to another man. She would cut away the top of the page with Jacopo's name on it, and in the space below write a different name. She could not have mimicked the right-hand girl's handwriting for the full length of a letter, but Maria could make a single name look adequately similar. And it would, after all, be quite difficult to notice minor discrepancies in such a small quantity of text. Doesn't he... What? Dude! Again, another letter? Why does she keep writing these? To Jacopo's eyes, the modified letters looked like professions of love for another man. The more she inscribed of her feelings for Jacopo, the greater the turmoil grew within his heart. Even though her love was directed toward him, I can't believe what I'm reading. A restaurant more to your liking? I knew it. You have been going out with other men, all the while to be pretending to be chaste in my presence. I still treasure the gift you gave to me? God's sake. You have to be fucking kidding. But I've ensured she can't leave that room. Yeah, maybe you should, question this a little more deeply, sir. She'll never see this man again. In time, she'll let go. So will he. Ah, listen to me, resigning myself to the hope that everything will fix itself. How did I end up like this? Such a pitiful man I've become. On the surface, Maria acted quite heartbroken at the sight of their suffering. But when she returned to her room, the walls echoed with her cackles. She derived a great deal of entertainment from their squirming. The more they writhed in anguish, the deeper her satisfaction grew. And both the white-haired girl and Jacopo continued to place their confidence in Maria, the one responsible for everything. The white-haired girl had never possessed a sense of distrust, and so she took everything Maria said as truth, continuing, in her agony, to write Jacopo letters. Letter after letter after letter. My beloved, are you still tied up with your work? It has been some time since we last saw one another, so I know not what you may have been doing of late. I only hope you remain in good health. I would, if possible, prefer to tell you everything in person, but I do not have the courage, so these letters are my only option. Am I adequately expressing my feelings, my love for you? If you have the time, I would appreciate a response. You're never going to get a response, though. Not as long as I'm intercepting them. There's no way I'm allowing these, or your love, to get to him. I could just stop reading them. It would certainly make things easier. But if I don't, my imagination will run wild, fantasizing about her writing to this other man and what she might be putting in her correspondence. I'd be better off knowing the truth than torturing myself with fantasy. It's a better option. Jacopo accepted every letter Maria delivered without fail. He would merely nod as he accepted it, his face contorted in discomfort, and then pore over the text when he was alone. I assume he did not want her to see his heart sinking into darkness. Had he put his trust in his wife rather than Maria, he would have almost certainly been able to realize the letters were directed at him, despite the altered recipient's name. Everything she wrote about concerned him, after all. How could someone who had lived an isolated life as her have so many identical experiences with two distinct men? Why could he not find it in himself to trust her? Perhaps doubting her was simply easier. If you were in his position, would you trust her? Would you maintain faith in her, the woman who had waited so long? Would you believe the feelings she professed for you were genuine? She continued writing letters, day after day, week after week, without hiatus. She had, by and large, run out of things to say, but that did not put an end to her letter writing. She simply repeated what she had written before. Nevertheless, they did not see one another in person. The white-haired girl, forbidden from leaving her shed, could only wait for her husband to pay her a visit. My beloved, there is a little bit of fog out today. Weather like this reminds me of my home country. I was born on an island, perpetually covered in a thick fog. I am not saying I would like to return, but thinking about it does make me feel rather homesick. Does that happen to you? That reminds me, aside from that one time, you have not told me much of your homeland. It would be nice if we could pay it a visit together sometime. Speaking of which, before I left, an exhibition of some sort was held there. I was unable to attend, but perhaps you had the chance when it was near you. I imagine you would have, with your interest in new technology. Next time you have a chance, I would enjoy hearing what they had on display. An exhibition? Ah, that's right, there was one. I was busy preparing for our wedding. I had no time to attend an exhibition. While I was doing that, giving you, a woman I had never met before, my full attention, you were giving yours to a different man. Has this been going on for that long? Dude, start questioning it. Start questioning it. Had he simply stepped up and taken action, he could have put an end to the stream of letters, each of which gave rise to further misunderstanding. He needed merely ask the white haired girl in person to whom the letters were addressed whether what they described were true, and the twisted threads of his confusion would have all been unraveled. But he made no such effort, relying instead on Maria to serve as his intermediary. I feel as though I have now, at long last, come to understand just what kind of man Jacopo was. While he had a great deal of pride in his capabilities, he had far less confidence in himself as a person. If he had faith in himself, perhaps he could have put faith in his wife as well. Had his pride not been so twisted, perhaps he would have not been so afraid of being hurt. Indeed, he was afraid. Afraid of being rejected by her. Afraid to face a reality where his beloved partner scorned him, where the woman he loved laughed at him disdainfully, where she and countless others mocked him. The thought of it paralyzed him. The environment in which he had been raised played a significant part in his state of mind, I expect. Occasionally, the name on the letter would change. Maria was making the white-haired girl out to be having affairs with multiple other men. She could never do any such thing, of course. But Jacopo, thinking Maria to be his only ally, believed everything she said. If I could figure out who this man is and where he resides, I could make him tell me every last detail about his relations with my wife. But what if that information went public as a result? If news of her infidelity spread and were to reach the Koska, the fate of the Biarzadis is in your hands, son. There's a limit to what we can accomplish on this tiny island. If we don't turn our attention outwards, we will wither away and die. And not just this family. This whole land will find itself famished and emaciated, defenseless against invasion as we waste away. I won't stand by and watch my homeland crumble. Sure, our methods may be crude and not only always worthy of praise, but they produce undeniable results. The unfortunate thing is, the previous Capofamilio was an incredibly reticent man. If he took all he had to merely preserve a small chunk of the world. But I'm not like that, neither are you. The most I can do is lay the foundation, which means everything rests on your shoulders. Both the future of the Berzati family and the future of this country. It all falls on you. The marriage is happening too quickly? It would be madness not to hurry given the circumstances. You should be well aware of that. We need the Berzati name climbing the social ladder in short order, or we're going to have everything ripped out from under us. If the woman isn't to your liking, you can find another one that is. She's only going to be your wife in name. But listen to me, son. You must not allow her to fool around. Oh, God. What are the most vital things to have in our society? Money? Power? Yes, those are important. But what matters most is respect. No one's going to follow a Capofamilia they can't respect. They'll try to undermine your authority. Once someone deems you weaker than them, courtesy goes out the window, and that's a judgment that's near impossible to overturn. Hey, hello, Enrique. I got my new microphone finally came in, so I'm trying it out today. Also, hey, you're back at your computer. You didn't gotta worry about all that interesting word correction anymore. Spell check. The trail spreads like fire through a forest. Once the flames lit, the both of us come crushing down. You must not let anyone look down on you. Ooh, congratulations. Ooh, how was the ending? Well, don't tell me, anything specific, but how did you feel? You must not let anyone think you're the kind of man a woman can walk all over. If, by any chance, your fiancée is ever unfaithful to you, kill her before anyone finds out. Your place is above others. Climb to the top. Never be content with someone above you. And never forget the weight you carry on your shoulders. Well, geez, no pressure, Dad. It was really great. Love the final part. Ooh, this is your responsibility. The fate of the Berzottis is in your hands. The fate of the land. Kill anyone in your way. Aim for the top. Obtain wealth. Poverty is the root of all evil. Seize your country. Duty, respect. I must keep intercepting her letters. I must keep her locked up. I still have work to do. I cannot allow anyone to learn about how she's disgraced me. Kill her. That's how my old man says to handle it. That's the last resort. It's not yet. God damn it. It's downright wrong for me to even be having these feelings for someone. Fuck. Master, your maidservant, your carriage is waiting outside. How are you coming along? Coming along? Oh, that's right. I had an inspection scheduled today. I'll be right out. Have him wait. Is something the matter, Master? You look a little hazy. I'm fine. If you're not feeling well, you should stay. I said I'm fine. It's not your job to try to infer my condition. Yes, sir. Damn it. Keep it under wraps. Act like normal. You can at least do that much, damn you. Take care on your trip, Master. Yeah. It's not the usual coachman. I also feel like I've seen him somewhere. What do you think about Maria as the puppet master? I'm so mad at her. It shocked me, I thought it was a little weird. I thought maybe she was legitimately trying to be friends with them both, and just that position in the middle was going to be untenable eventually, but I didn't expect her to, be playing them against each other and being, like, purposely making things worse for the both of them. So I was shocked, and I'm also, like, mad as hell at her. And I'm also trying to figure out what she wants, if it's just money, or if it's like a mafia revenge thing against Jacopo, or what. Like, your fault. What? Hey, speak up. Die, Jacopo Berzotti! Oh, it's a hit! Master? There's a knife in your stomach! Oh God! Someone! Anyone! Silence! Don't make a scene! Call a doctor! Yes, sir! What about the coachman? Now I remember, or I've seen him before. Did he run? That's right. I put his factory out of business. I needed it out of the picture to expand my own business. I guess he held a grudge about that. Should have been more careful. Blood flows with surprising abundance from a stab wound. It's not stopping either. Son of a bitch. The world is going white. Come on now. You have to be kidding. I know very well what kind of man you are. You wouldn't hesitate to lead a blind man off a cliff if it furthered your own goals. You make money off others' lives. You stand upon a mountain of corpses, cackling at everyone below you. For a man like you, love comes as naturally as flying. Guess what? You don't have any emotions, and you never have. You've always been this way. My childhood was day after day of mockery. You're just a bunch of nobodies trying to pretend your name means anything, they would say, sneering and glaring. Maria treated me as an equal, but she was the only one. I wanted to show them up, and to do that, I had to rise to the top, or at least high enough that I could laugh at them. My old man wasn't the only one who wanted that. I did too. I had to make them acknowledge that I had value as a man. Who actually wants to go through life being laughed at? I had to make them recognize that what I did had value, and I needed neither love nor compassion to do it. Or that's what I thought. In the beginning, I only ever intended to use that woman. I simply needed her to build a name for myself. When she served her purpose, I could simply cast her aside. That's what I thought. Or rather, that's what I endeavored to make myself think. But deep down, I felt bad for her. I pitied this woman who was being made to marry a man she had never even met before. I'm sure what she really wanted was to have a regular marriage with someone she loved. But because her family wanted to cling to their name, she wasn't afforded that opportunity. I wanted to do something for her. It didn't have to be anything grand. I genuinely wanted that. The day of our wedding was when I first saw her. Her face, partially obscured behind the veil, was gorgeous. And crucially, she was smiling at me. I'd expected to find only gloom and despondency in her eyes. But instead, she smiled. The moment I saw that smile, I wanted it to be a permanent part of my life. I truly did want to ensure she always had a smile on her face. Well, you did a terrible job of that, but it's not entirely your fault, I suppose. I guess it'd be a little unfair to say it was entirely your fault, even though you are the reason she never smiled, your actions, rather than Maria's, but she did kind of, tell you a lot of lies. Maria did. Uh, is this my room? I'm alive? Damn it. Ugh, I feel nauseous. What? What time is it? The world's a blur. So hot. You mustn't get up. Oh, she got let out? She got let out? The doctor said bacteria entered your body through the wound. Because of that, you have a very high fever. What are you doing here? I was told you had been badly wounded, but thankfully it was not fatal. How did you make it out of... Pardon? Oh, I see. Maria opened it. Would you like some medicine to reduce the fever? It should help you feel better. Yes. No. Hmm? Stay by my side for a little longer. Is there anything I can do for you? You can ask me anything. My hand. Your hand? Would you hold my hand? You don't want to. That's fine. Like this? Your hand is quite cold. It probably feels that way because of your fever. So, yes? I've done some regrettable things to you. Please forgive me. To tell you the truth, from the moment I first saw you, I felt like you were what I had been searching for my whole life. Laugh if you'd like. I felt like I'd finally found you. I can't believe I'm getting sad over Jacopo. What the hell is this game? But I couldn't act around you the way I honestly felt. You should get some sleep. Could you keep holding my hand until I fall asleep? If you don't want to, that's fine. Yeah, they were being manipulated, even though he did bad things. It's true. My hand is in yours. Thank you. You appear to be quite delirious, Master. Those are things you should be telling your wife, not me. God damn it! You know, at the very beginning, I had kind of a feeling that was, that it was her. But as it went on, I thought it was... Oh, God damn it, I knew this was too good to be true. Because Maria wouldn't have let her out, you know? It was all a dream. Of course it was. Wouldn't be that easy. It would be that easy! You bitch! Ah! She would never come to my room. She's involved with other men. Dude, she can't leave her room. Jacopo, may I come in? I have another letter. No! The white-haired girl's persistent letters did not improve anything, but simply stoked the flames of misunderstanding. This continued for several months. Though outside, the sun shone with the gentle warmth of spring, the cold, bitter winds of winter still relentlessly blew between Jacopo and his wife. Not allowed to leave her shed, and never receiving a reply to her letters, the white-haired girl's only source of information was Maria. Week after week, her circumstances remained the same, but something else was beginning to show signs of change. Her mental state. It's pointless, madam. You're only wasting your time at this point. I saw him throw your letter into the fireplace. He's not gonna read anything you write, no matter how much of your soul you pour into it. He cares more about money and work than love. That's the kind of man he is. Just give up and file for divorce already. No. No. I will get through to him. Everything will go back to normal. I have faith. All my letters may go up in flames, but my faith will not be lost with them. As long as I keep writing, eventually I will get through to him. So I cannot stop. I cannot. Do you have any idea what he says about you, madam? Jacopo doesn't trust you in the slightest. He goes around calling you a witch. I was wondering when witch must be, when witch would come up in this timeline. A man-eating devil woman. It's awful. There's no one as pure and as beautiful as you. He says I am a witch? Ooh, does that trigger something deep in your, like, interdimensional psyche? That's a sentence. Alright. Listen to me, madam. He never, for a second, actually loved you. He just wanted the influence attached to your name. Wanted to mingle with the upper class. He used you. But last year, when we went out together, he gave me the Finicus wheel at this photography shop. He had the owner make it especially for me. He was just trying to win your favor. If he really cared for you, he wouldn't have gotten you a paper toy. He would have gotten you something like a ring or a necklace or some perfume, a nice dress. Something women really like. Has he ever given you anything like that? He doesn't have any feelings for me. Ah, I'm sorry. I just couldn't stand to see you going through this, but I don't know when to shut my fat trap. I went too far. Last thing I need to be doing is hurting you worse. You know, for everything I've said, your unwavering dedication is really impressive, madam. I know I've suggested to you get a divorce, but to be honest, part of me kinda doesn't actually want you to split up. Despite knowing you staying with him is just causing you pain. You've made it this far. I'd like to see you make it all the way. Maybe he actually will start paying attention. Your sweetness can melt even his heart of steel. Yes, you're right. I will keep waiting. Keep writing. And I will not divorce him. Yeah, alright. So please, keep delivering my letters to him. You are my only remaining connection to the outside world. Oh yes, one more thing. If it is not too much trouble, could you tell me how he has been and what he's been doing lately? I do not have much else to write about. So if I could at least relieve him of some of his work-related stress. I am his wife, after all. I should be able to do that much for him. I am his wife. Her dedication to him was perhaps closer to an obsession, but she did not seem to be conscientious of the fact that her obsession was killing her. She was visibly losing weight, and her spirit was breaking down. It is said that emotions fade with time, but the opposite can also be true. The act of waiting, of fervently believing for so many months despite the object of one's affections not returning them, can tear apart a person's heart, crush their soul, shatter their spirit. No matter how radiant, how thick-skinned they may be, with enough time, it will wear anyone down. No one is immune. It's pointless, Jacopo. Wait all you want, you won't get her back. If she's gonna be writing letters, she could at least write one for you. She looks so pure, pretty as an angel, but God almighty, is it only how she looks? You've changed a bit. What, have I? The old you would be yelling and screaming, chomping at the bit to go storming in on the madam. Now just go quiet. I'm just a little tired. You could break it off then? What? You've already made a name for yourself in high society. Nobody's gonna suddenly start ignoring you. You've more than put her family's name to good use. To put it in your own words is no longer necessary. This isn't something I really want to say, but the madam has never liked you. She was married off to a total stranger and forced to leave her home. I'm sure she felt very alone, so she sought the companionship of other men. Anyone who wasn't you probably seemed quite attracted to her. So without getting violent or threatening to kill her or anything, just end it already, quietly and without a fuss. It'll be easier for you that way. I cannot. Because you still love her? That's wonderful, Jacopo. After everything, you still love her. That's just blind, slavish devotion at this point. Perhaps it is a foolish, unhealthy obsession, but I still do not wish to sever ties with her. I cannot get the image of her smile out of my head. Well, she's never gonna smile if you keep her locked up in a room and never see her. The look of utter elation on her face as she looked through the phenakistoscope. Those captivating eyes beneath the veil at our wedding. I will never, for as long as I live, forget those sights. Color me surprised. You're a sentimental one. Well, I guess you always have been kind of mushy, haven't you? True to your heart, despite how you may look. It's not a bad thing, though, in my book. There's nothing but pain in it for you now, but all you can do is wait till she stops writing. But don't worry. If you need to let off some steam, I'm all ears. I'll be here for you until she breaks it off with the other men. No, that will not be necessary. What? I know very well that things can not continue on as they are forever. I knew it from the beginning and still couldn't do anything. This time, I'm planning on facing her myself. Finally! You serious, Jacopo? Yes. I've relied on you for too long. Oh, something had to... But what's Maria gonna do now? Oh, God. I was afraid of what I might do to her. I didn't want anyone to find out that my wife was being unfaithful, and I thought that the best way to ensure that was by locking her up away from anyone else. And she's like, damn, my perfect plan. But she's gonna do something else now to keep them apart. No. But the situation is not going to improve unless I do something. If I allow things to continue as they are, sooner or later, word of her infidelity will leak. So before that happens, I must face her myself. I must do something. It's probably best if you didn't. I'll tell her anything you want, make sure things start improving. I appreciate everything you've done, and I apologize for getting you involved in our troubles. But I'm going to end it now. No, I must put an end to it. This is a problem between me and her. You might get violent again if you go see her face to face. Yes, I might. I might do something that would look rather bad for me. But it's reached a point where, until the two of us face up to each other, it's never going to go away. It took me far too long. I wasted too much time trying to find my resolve. I see. You'll need a way to break the ice, then. Break the ice? Right. If you've got some convenient excuse to talk to her, it'll reduce some tension, make it easy to bring up what you need to bring up, right? Oh God, I have a bad feeling about this. Here's an idea. That transcontinental railroad you've been funding. That's supposed to be opening up pretty soon, isn't it? Yes, it is. There'll be a message by telegraph when it happens, right? You can ask her to be there to hear it. And then you can invite her to ride the first train. You put your heart and soul into this project, and it's finally being realized. It's going to be an amazing day for you, and a day like that's right for more good things to happen. It's going to be the accomplishment of a lifetime. Don't look so down in the dumps. You're sending trains across this massive continent, carrying on them the people of this country's dreams. Who says you can't stick a dream of your own on it, too? Right. Yes, you have a point. A railroad that spans from coast to coast. She's a sickly girl, which makes long trips difficult. This new rail system should make them much less straining. It would allow me to show her the world. Yeah, that's perfect. I'm getting excited myself. It'll go great, I'm sure of it. Yeah. Oh my God, my fucking sides. Seriously, they're a goddamn riot. The both of them. They keep on trusting me and keep on getting hurt. They don't have to be going through any of this. Oh my God, Maria, you're terrible. And these people call me the Holy Mother. I bet the real Mary's rolling in her fucking grave. Now, I must say, I wasn't expecting you to make a move, Jacopo. A shame that. The squirming loser paralyzed by insecurity is a better role for you. If they do end up figuring it out, tough shit. Doesn't hurt anything, just takes away a bit of my fun. I understand why he's so infatuated with this railroad. I mean, I do sort of get romanticizing steel, but my kind of steel's a little smaller scale. Like bullets? Or knives? Anyway, I suppose it's about time to get things moving. No matter how this plays out, you will not have a happy ending, Jacopo. You're gonna get a real taste of just how much I despise you. Oh. I had a feeling she was gonna... I had a feeling it was like to ruin Jacopo or something. Because she wouldn't get any money out of them divorcing. But they were childhood friends. Is it really just because of the mafia family stuff? Maria! Oh, there you are. Shh. What is it? I'm on break right now. You were assigned to clean the cellar today, weren't you? Well, head maid's saying it hasn't been done yet. What? I did. I cleaned it. Just a casual once-over, but hey. Well, do it again, and do it right this time. Because if you don't, it's gonna fall on me. And that's supposed to make me give a damn? I mean it. You take care of it. You get enough special treatment as it is. Yeah, right. I heard you the first time. I'll take care of it. And don't you forget it. Oh, for God's sake, why should I have to be the one to tell her? Is she gone? Oh, what a pain. Who cares if the damn cellar is clean? So many people have died down there. Not like anyone's bringing guests down there, yeesh. Guess I should take care of it. Other than the tongue lashing by the head maid, something bad always happens in the cellar. What's gonna happen to her? God, why do I have to be a maid anyway? What a dank place. It's so dark and humid down here. Makes me feel gross. Someone there? Hello? Hello? Is anyone in there? Came from farther in. Whoa, it's seriously dusty back here. Who was supposed to clean this last week? Well, clean the whole damn thing next time, damn it. This makes my job harder. Disgusting. Damn cobwebs. Oh God. Oh dear God. I do not want to clean this. Huh? Oh, for God's sake, stack this stuff properly. I've got to fix this whole mess. For the love of... What's this? Something carved into the floor. Never noticed this before. Someone get bored one day? What do we have here? It's mostly illegible. Let's see. It's not written in English, but my native language. But it's not modern, it's really archaic. Old Italian? Why on earth would an old form of my country's language be carved into the floor of a mansion built here in the New World? I guess it could be also like, Latin, straight up. Most of it's illegible, but I can make out one section. Our lives shall be forfeit to the witch's curse. Nevertheless, we must lay bare those with sin upon their souls for the redemption of those whom are pure. Does that make you a little scared inside? Should ye mean not to dispel your curse, we implore of you, O witch, to mark with it only their bloodlines. The The blood of the sinners flows through those who dwelt within this house. But not I. What in the... A witch? Yes, spooky. That's crazy. That's crazy. But why does the handwriting look like mine? Uh-oh! Ooh, do people of the same bloodlines keep coming back and back to the house? Ooh, haha, that's crazy. Yeah, exactly. It's just coincidentally similar. No one's handwriting is perfectly unique, after all. Why am I so sweaty? It's not that hot down here. Feeling a little hot under the collar. Nope, forget it. Didn't see a thing. Not a chance, it's real. Just a tasteless prank. This is silly. There's something in this box. Is that a painting? Has that always been here? Huh? White hair, bare skin. Is this the madam? But then, why is the face all torn up? And her clothes look really old-fashioned. The painting seems worn and faded too. Something about it feels off. Ooh, this must be a painting from an era we haven't seen yet. I'm not sure how to describe it. It's very creepy, unsettling. The writing on the floor and this painting. What is with this house? It's just a painting. Nothing to get weirded out over. I know what happened. Jacopo probably slashed it up in a fit of jealousy. He is a simple man. Seeing this probably wouldn't put him in the best mood. Whew, something's gotta give. What was that? Is someone there? The door is open? Nobody's there. What's this? A painting? Who could have left it here? Oh no, Maria left it there for her to scare her? Oh no! No! Maria, this is so mean. Why? Is that me? Why? But my face, it's been cut. No! Why would someone have this painted? Just to do this? Who would do such a thing? You're like a witch, my dear, like a demon. Your very presence brings misfortune upon others. You're cursed. Or those were words she heard in the past. And other times like, no, I am not. I am not. Was it you, Jacopo? Did you have this painted so you could destroy it? Do you really despise me to that extent? Why do you? What did I ever do to make you hate me so? Why? Uh, uh, all I am doing is waiting for you. You worthless tramp. Are those ears only for show? This house has no need of a garden. I always thought you had at least some sense of taste. Silence. It's all your fault. Every last thing. And say goodbye to your freedom. I'll kill you. Does the mere act of waiting impose upon you? Girl, no! Does my mere presence pervert you? Would it be better if I were gone? Girl! I had a feeling this was coming, but also no. Would it be better if I left this mansion? If I left you? I don't think I can wait much longer. There's no end in sight. I can't take it any. There is no end. No, I will set a deadline for when I give up waiting. When the project you pour your heart and soul to is complete. No, that's when exactly when he's gonna talk to you. Girl, no. When the railroad opens, I will be finished waiting. And then it's over. Girl, no. I mean, wouldn't it make at least a little sense to wait until right after that? So like, oh, this thing taking up his mind is like, yeah, Pacific Railroad's last spike ceremony was drawing nearer by the day. Yeah, that was like the famous gold spike put in the middle where the tracks meet. That day was coincidentally the deadline the two of them had set for themselves. Jacopo to confront his wife, and the white-haired girl to wait for him. And as that day approached, she continued to write letters. She wrote the letters purely by force of habit, despite being worn visibly thin. I expect that she could not stop, that the act of writing was all that kept her from going mad. By focusing her attention on another person through her letters, she was able to maintain her grip on herself. But that day would put an end to her suffering and despair. When the railroad was completed, all their misunderstandings would be cleared up. Something about this is a little ominous, Miss Maid. They would return to the smiling, happy couple they had been when they were first married. The harsh winter would finally come to a close, melting away into the past and allowing them to step into the future. I don't believe you, Miss Maid. With constant prayer in my heart, I impatiently awaited the railroad's opening ceremony. I do not, after all, wish for anyone to fall into any kind of misfortune. And that goes for you as well, master. Now, master, the door is soon to be shut upon this era. Are you prepared to see what happens next? I see. Very well. Then allow us to make our way to that final day. Monka S. No. See with your own eyes, master, how the tale concludes. And please, do not let go of my hand. The night before the opening ceremony, the master of the house headed for his wife's shed. There was a tension on his face, but a surety in his step. He had found the resolve to speak with her. Having locked her away for so long in the shed like a common prisoner, Jacopo was hardly optimistic about what she might say to him. He had undeniably mistreated her, said heartless and cruel things to her, and even gotten physically violent with her. His actions were inexcusable, even if they were in response to her infidelity. Of course, the very infidelity which had driven him to such behavior had not, in fact, taken place, but he was unaware of that. There was a chance they would never reconcile their misunderstandings, and that this predicament would not have a positive resolution, but he still clung to a tiny fragment of hope. He wanted to start over with the white-haired girl, to make a new future with her. With that desire burning strong in his heart, he stood before the door to her shed and called out to her. Are you awake? It's me, Jacopo. May I come in? I won't hurt you. I will not raise my hand against you again. I swear to you, I will do you no harm. I just wish to speak. I would like to have a calm, rational conversation. And as such, I will not enter your room until you have given me your permission. So may I please come in? You won't even give me a response? Alright. Considering how you must feel about me, I shouldn't be surprised. Fine, then you don't have to let me in, but please at least hear me out. Do you remember the day, shortly after we first met, when we went on our honeymoon? We can even call the little walk we took a honeymoon. I have a bad feeling about this. Where is she? I was unable to do anything nice for you then, either. I had no experience, no idea how to interact with an upper-class woman like you. I didn't know what I should do for you. And yes, I know, that makes me sound juvenile. I have a tendency to say things I don't mean the more perturbed. I have a tendency to say things I don't mean the more perturbed I get. I'm sure I had said things to hurt you numerous times that day. Actually, no, she took all of it. She was cool with all of that. However, at the photography shop, when you saw the anarchistoscope, you smiled for me. I was I was genuinely pleased in that moment. I felt like I had gotten closer to you. I very much doubt that it was actually an appropriate present for a noblewoman like yourself. Jewels or flowers or something like that, something beautiful, would have certainly suited you better. And I knew that, but I assumed you would have been given gifts like that countless times in the past. You are, after all, a beautiful woman. I did not want to have to compete on the same field as those other men. I wanted to be special. No, I wanted to be unique to you. No one had ever shown you anything of the sort before, have they? Frankly, I wasn't sure if a woman of your status would take any interest in a phenakistoscope at all. I imagine you've thrown it out by now, but I choose to believe you sincerely liked it on that day. That, if just for a moment, I caught your eye. Even if you started seeing other men afterward, that moment was real, wasn't it? Our marriage was, at its core, nothing but an arrangement between our parents, an exchange of money and influence. That was how it began, but on that day, I loved you. I yearned to see you smile, as if I had loved you my entire life. Pacific Railroad has finally been completed. That's the project I've been funding. Everyone thought it was crazy, but a railroad now stretches across the breadth of this country. A joining ceremony will be held tomorrow. It's going to be a grand event. Locally, they're planning on doing a gun salute, and the sound of the last spike being driven into the ground will be transmitted across the country via telegraph. I procured a telegraph so we can listen to it here in the mansion. In your condition, you would probably have trouble handling the crowds at the telegraph station. But here you could celebrate in the comfort of your own home. I suppose what I'm saying is, I want to celebrate this with you. I've made arrangements to make that possible for you, because I wish to have you there with me. Would you be willing, tomorrow, to celebrate the completion of the Pacific Railroad with me? Would you be there at my side? Go in! See if she's okay. Please, say something. I want to start over. I know very well that what I've done to you. You may be at fault yourself, but what I did is unacceptable. But what I did was a consequence of my overpowering love for you. I swear it. Why? Why will you not answer me? Say something. Anything. Please, please. You can hear me in there, can't you? If you don't want to, you can just say no. If you do reject me, I'll set you free. I won't hurt you, I promise. The door is not locked? Who opened it? Hello? A humid spring breeze brushed against his cheeks. The drawn lace curtains appeared to glow in the gentle moonlight. The white-haired girl was not in her room. Where have you gone? Stupefied, he glanced about his wife's chambers. To my eyes, the neatly organized room appeared no different than any other day. But to his eyes, it was pale and hollow, for the one who was supposed to be there, who was supposed to be waiting for him, was not present. He could not hear her voice from anywhere in the shed. In its place echoed a dry rustling, a sad, pitiful, empty whisper of a noise. It came from the lone object left abandoned atop her desk, the phenakistoscope. It was the one present Jacopo had ever given to the white-haired girl, a toy made of paper. When spun and viewed in a mirror, it created the illusion of a man and a woman dancing. You still had this? That's ridiculous. I assumed you had thrown it out. The white-haired girl had evidently made considerable use of the phenakistoscope. The paper was visibly worn and tattered, warped in places, and had even begun to yellow. It spun slowly in the wind, rustling and rustling and rustling, spinning in an endless reminder of that day the year before, though there was no longer anyone around to look through it. Why? But you were with other men. Why would you keep something I gave you? It's so worn. Why? A letter beneath. Oh, he's gonna read an unedited letter. Oh. Beneath the ever-rotating phenakistoscope lay a single sheet of paper. As if drawn to it, he scanned the contents of the parchment. It was a letter addressed to Caro mio Jacopo. The salutation, written in his native language, translated as followed: My beloved Jacopo. Did the fruits of your dream turned out as you had hoped? I am sure it is wonderful and impressively fast. A train that can travel across a continent as large as this is like something out of a story. I wish I could have been there to see it. I'm sure it would have been quite pleasant, like the day you gave me the Finicus wheel. Am I being presumptuous? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I thought I would keep waiting for you forever, no matter how much you hated or ignored me. But I made up my mind, so I'm sorry. I decided I would wait for you until the railroad was completed. I foolishly thought that you might invite me to the opening ceremony, but it seems I am not good enough for you. I am going to take my leave of your house, so you needn't concern yourself with me any longer. However, I do have one request. Please do not forget about all the letters I wrote. Think back on them from time to time. Do not burn them all, for they contain my thoughts, my feelings, my words, a record of my love for you. Remember, when you can, that I was always watching you. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble writing. My ears are ringing. There's a voice whispering to me, calling me a witch. Maybe it's your voice. My vision is blurred. I'm not even sure what is going through my mind. I'm sorry. This was all I was able to write for you. I'm truly sorry. I will leave the Fennicus wheel behind. It was my dearest treasure. Farewell. I loved you. May 8th, 1869. What? What the hell is this? He was visibly rattled, and unsurprisingly so. The mention of the Transcontinental Railroad's opening ceremony, the letters she had written, her dearest treasure, her profession of love for him, and above all, the mangled text that appeared to have been written by someone not entirely in their right mind. Everything about it served to amplify his befuddlement. You waited for me? How can that be? The joining ceremony is tomorrow. It hasn't happened yet. Why? Why did you have to leave then? I'm here. I came for you, just as I planned. The ceremony is on the 10th. A second later, Jacopo gasped. The date written on the letter was the day prior, May 8th. Originally, the ceremony was planned to be held on May 8th, 1869. However, due to bad weather and a labor dispute, it had been postponed for 2 days. This can't be. I made sure you were informed. I had Maria... Maria... The madam is having an affair. Maria... No, you couldn't... Scattered fragments of memory began coming together in his mind. Maria was the only one who had informed him of his wife's supposed unfaithfulness. And though the letters had not been addressed to him, thinking back on it, they had all been about him. In one letter, she had mentioned treasuring a gift. Jacopo had assumed it meant a gift from another man, but in fact, she had been referring to the phenakistoscope sitting atop her desk, still spinning in the wind. At long last, he finally made that connection. At the same time, he realized that the only person who could have altered the letters was someone they both trusted, Maria. Never. She never, even once, betrayed me. She was not unfaithful at all. She waited unwaveringly for me. And I refused to believe her. I caused her pain again and again. But his realizations came far too late. The white-haired girl's spirit had broken, and she was no longer at the mansion. Had he caught on to Maria's machinations sooner, things would not have turned out as they had. But he was much too late. Maria! Why? Why would you do this? Clenching the letter from his wife, Jacopo stormed out of the shed in search of Maria. But she was not in the room assigned to her. Where are you? Where have you gone? Maria! Several maids were roused by their slumber by the racket, but no one had courage to speak up as the master of the house frantically charged through the halls. Eventually, he arrived at his own chamber. He was certain he had closed the door before leaving, but now a sliver of light shone through the gap between it and the frame. From within the room, he thought he could sense someone's presence. When he opened the door, there he saw, comfortably perched upon his own chair, a woman. I've been waiting, Jacopo. Well, you're looking rather fancy, Maria. And evil. Nice room you got here. Though I guess that's only natural, you being the man of the house and all. All these fancy furnishings. You do know the stuff's too good for you, right? And then me, I get that barren little maid's room. Drives me up the wall. So hey, Jacopo. Clear the air with your little lady yet. Maria! I love that look on your face. I'm guessing you didn't make things better then. You know good and well that she's not even here anymore. Well, yeah, but I still want to hear you say it, you know? I want to hear from your own mouth that you couldn't keep a leash on your woman, so you locked her up, drove her mad, broke her down, and then she ran away from you. Go on, say something. Climb back on your high horse and start shouting like you always do. Why, Maria? Why would you do this? Why? Why do you think? Because I fucking despise you. I'd been trying to figure out how I wanted to end things, but then they just fell apart on their own. The fates are smiling down upon me, I guess. Nonsense. She was waiting for me until the day of the joining ceremony, and I was going to see her on that day. You knew the ceremony had been postponed. That's what you get for putting it all in my hands. For thinking I'm the only one on your side. What did you think? I'd just tell her like a good little maid? Not a chance in hell. I mean, talk about some fantastic news. You both picked the same day, but you've got the dates different. Absolutely perfect. Maria, is that how you've always felt? How long have you held this grudge against me? How long? How long? How goddamn dense can you be? Must be nice living in your little fantasy world, Jacopo. And this is the next Kappa Familia. Oh my god, my sides! So you've always hated me? At the very least. I fucking loathed you since the minute we had our reunion. At first I did try to convince myself you had your reasons. Didn't make it feel any less unfair, though. You had all your money and all your power and everything else you stole from me.
and then you go and get hitched to this pretty little lady. But don't try to act you're the victim here. This is all on you. Do you have any idea how I felt? Falling from grace, made your goddamn maid, having to suck up to you. Do you have any idea how infuriating that was? Or did you think I didn't know anything? Did you think I didn't suspect anything? If you did, then you've got your head way up in the clouds. So you were motivated by your grudge against my family, the Berzatis? Precisely. That's exactly it. So it is mafia family stuff. Your father wanted so badly to be the Kappa Familia, wanted so badly to be in power, that he murdered my dad and grandpa. They say it was a carriage accident, but the ground was all torn to hell where it happened. You want to tell me what kind of carriage accident causes it to explode? As soon as my dad and grandpa died, your dad took over as Kappa Familia. The balance of power in the factions began to change. My family, and anyone with ties to the Campanellas, was either exterminated or exiled. The Berzatis took control of the city. My grandpa's Koska became your Koska. No one in their right mind would be naive enough to think the Berzatis didn't have a hand in that. The great Campanella family, bitten by their pet dog. Except the dog had rabies. And as a result, in that time, that lush, historic land will wither away and die. My dad and grandpa, buried in that dried up earth, are screaming in their graves even now. You can't prove me wrong, can you, Jacopo? And now, first in line to be the next Kappa Familia is you, his son. Naturally. Feels pretty good, don't it? Slaughtering my family. Leaving us to wallow in the mud. While you live here like a fucking king. Because of what your family did, I don't have a home to go back to anymore. No house, no prestige, I have nothing left. And that's a goddamn outrageous. The Campanellas are supposed to run that city, but instead, you filthy Berzati curs are crawling all over it like some kind of infestation. I am a legitimate Campanella, but I'm stuck being your goddamn maid. If I'd been born a woman, I could have become the Kappa Familia after my dad and grandpa died. But because I'm a woman, I couldn't retaliate. I just had to sit on my hands and watch the tragedy unfold. It was absolutely miserable. So I had to make you suffer as well. I had to make you twice as miserable as I was. You had no reason to hate anyone but me. Why did you make her a part of this? Did you have some grudge against her too? Not particularly. I actually rather liked the madam. Sweet, pretty, kind-hearted, timid, and fragile. Trusted every word I said. A splendid little toy. You thought of her as your toy? Now, can you really call me out for that? You can't. You have no right. You never cared one bit about anyone else. They're all footstools to you. It's a little too late to find yourself a sense of morality. This whole thing, it could have been avoided if you two just had a single conversation. But instead, the both of you come crawling to me saying, "You're my only ally, Maria." How dense can you be? Of course. I thought you were my ally. I trusted you, as I'm sure she did too. Then you should get your eyes examined, because you can't see a damn thing. Maria. My God, it was beautiful. The way you two blindly trusted me, creating your own misunderstandings and causing your own pain. How you could never seem to get on the same page. I mean, true, he was a horrible human being, exploiting workers in subhuman conditions for profit. Of course. Which is why I can't believe that this game is making me sad for him. Watching it all fall apart. Maria, is that everything? The extent of your grudge and all you did? Yeah, that's everything. All that's left is for me to kill you. Oh shit, Maria. Hold still now. I wouldn't want to miss. Maria, does our past mean nothing to you? Was that oath just an empty promise? How could it when you remember so clearly? Fine, I'll explain it for our little romantic boy. Bad grown-ups will take advantage of good memories. We'll even take advantage of good memories. It's time I finally return this to you, Jacopo. That cartridge you gave me packed with your disgusting sentimentality. Oh, the same bullets that he gave her? Oh my god. Killing you ain't the end, though. Oh, you Berzati curs. I'll send every last one of you straight to hell. My revenge has just begun. Even if you had been a man, you wouldn't have been a suitable capo familia. You should have aimed between my eyes, Marie. Jacopo. Oh shit. Oh shit. Why? Yo! Rip! Why? Maria looks crazy. She reminds me of another character from another VN. I feel like that kind of happens a bit. In a panic, I pulled the trigger, and from the barrel, a bullet went flying. Quite literally, right between her eyes. Would anyone ever believe me if I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out? The rain just keeps on coming. Wonder if we'll be able to go home today. Hey, Jacopino! Say something, you little wuss. Don't shout. You're gonna give me a headache. The lightning's way louder than me. You jumped, Jacopino. You're such a baby. You jumped too, and stop calling me that. Don't be scared. Don't cry. I am not crying. Your eyes are damp too. I'm not crying. Not at all. Not one bit. Liar. There's no end to this rain, is there? Yeah, she had to flex on him. Safest route was poison. You're so right. All right, uwu voice for young Maria and young Jacopo. They're very sad, good childhood memories. All right, uwu voice for 2 minutes, starting now. I'm fine. If it doesn't stop, there's nothing at home for me. You don't want to go home? Your parents don't get along, huh? That's got nothing to do with it. Why, yeah? You've got it good. Everyone loves your grandpa. Whenever anyone needs something, they come to him. Now there's a great man. Huh? How'd my grandpa become part of this? Oh, no reason. Not everyone likes him. He just gets as much hate as love. Grandpa's not really a model citizen. He's mostly just shrewd. Are you jealous? I'm not. My old man is, though. Huh, is he now? Well, your dad's got his good points too, I think. Like, I don't know, he seems like the kind of man who can accomplish big things. Though he seems a lot stricter than my grandpa. Oh, come on, I don't get you. What are you climbing up for? No reason. If you don't want to go home, then how about we go somewhere far away from here? Huh? Once it stops raining, let's get out of here. Head up to the capital, find some work. We can make it work, the two of us. Oh, we'll bring Nero, of course. If we could, that would be nice. Break free of the city and its outdated traditions. Head somewhere bigger, more forward-thinking. If only it were possible. It's all right, Maria. I know you were just joking. We wouldn't be able to find work anyway. Two of us ran off, we'd be starving in a month. You'd have to be blind not to see that.
All right, 2 minutes up. That was fun.
Right. Let's go home once the rain lets up. Yeah, once it does. Until then, I know, let's sing. Sing even louder than the lightning. And maybe you'll stop crying, Jacopino. I am not crying. Come on, let's sing. La la la, lero la, lero la, lero la, lero la, lero la, lero la la. La la la, lero la, lero la, lero la, lero la, lero la, lero la, la.
Maria, I may not put it into words, but I trust you understand that I consider you a dear friend. Never gonna feel guilty for not accepting running away with Maria in the past. Feels bad, man. Yeah, for real. Could have avoided all of this. And if you step in at the top of the world, Jacopino, it ain't worth it in the end. Listen to me, Jacopo. My actions were justified. I did what I did for the betterment of the city, this land. The Campanellas are too conservative. Under their control, this country will atrophy. Progress will continue to lose steam. If we don't push forward, we'll fall farther and farther behind. Before long, you'll be made the next Kappa Familia. But until that day, you will cross over to the new world and establish the Koska there. Unify us, bolster us, make us strong. I'll handle things back here. I won't let the Campanellas try and strike back. What? You want Maria to... It's dangerous to keep a Campanella so close by. Ooh, his dad was right. She has to be taken care of. Uh-oh. She has to be taken care of. If you insist. But do not let your guard down. Spoiler alert, he let his guard down. Betrayal is a constant companion in this world. I'm giving you my revolver. Keep it on you at all times. Glory everlasting upon our blood and upon this earth. The best I can give you is a job as my maid. If I show you any more obviously preferential treatment, the Berzatias are liable to step in. Money, power, respect, and enough authority to not take orders from anyone. I thought that if I could obtain all that, I would be able to give you your freedom. And her as well. I wanted to give you both comfortable lives. But none of that got through to either of you. I wouldn't say they're both entirely blameless, but... Ooh, the blood in his stomach. Man, he just got stabbed in the stomach too not that long ago. Everything is slipping through my fingers. Her love, my friendship with Maria, both of their smiles. Master! Master! What was that sound? So much blood! Maria! What happened to this time? You keep getting stuck, witnessing the... Oh my god, it's the same maidservant who saw him get shanked. You keep getting stuck, witnessing the worst things.
What?
Call a doctor. Someone with tight lips. Do not call the police. Don't make a scene. Got it? If so, then go on.
Yes, sir.
Right. Not everything has slipped from my grasp.
You can go find her.
My money and influence are all that's left. That is what you wanted, though, is it not? You sought money and power, no?
He's bleeding on the floor. You could at least, like, press a compress to his tummy or something.
Aren't you going to go? Yes, I will. But first, I would like to ask you something. What do you intend to do from here? What am I gonna do? Exactly the same as before. There's but one thing for me to do. I see. Will you eventually find solace in your riches? The way I see it, money and power can be your ally, but they can become your enemy in the blink of an eye. If you do not put them into words, your feelings will never make it through to anyone. For unlike money, humans are not measurable by their appearance. He failed to communicate to anyone what he held within his breast. He was chained down by his place in society, his pride, his relationships, and his own heart. And at some point, he found himself in a position where he was no longer able to speak his mind. After enough time, he likely forgot how to be genuine at all. Or perhaps someone like him simply would not, even if they knew how. Moral of the story, be open communication in relationships and toxic masculinity is bad. In any event, there are many things in this world that cannot be communicated without being put into words. How sad that his tale should end without him expressing how he truly felt. How hard it must have been to never clear up his misunderstandings. After Jacopo's confrontation with Maria, the Pacific Railroad was completed as scheduled. Celebratory cheers shook the new world as the last spike was driven into the rails. Jacopo, however, could not even manage a smile listening to the telegraph. And I am sure you can take a guess as to why. The people with whom he wished to share that moment were not there. Shortly following her death, Jacopo held a private funeral for Maria. Then he commenced a search for the white-haired girl, but he did not do so alone. He hired others to help, did everything in his power to find her, tirelessly searching for many, many years. No! However, he was never able to locate her, and he spent the remainder of his life alone. No! Money, power, renown, servants. The world around him was always quite lively. But solitude was his only companion. No! He waited, and he waited, and he waited for the white-haired girl to return. This Vienna is so sad. For most of it, it was okay, but by the ending, I was ugly crying. Oh no! The years crawled by, and with no family or loved one at his side to care for him in old age, he died alone. No! Even though I should hate him, it's also like I feel so bad for him at the same time. I didn't think this VN would make me feel bad for him. Ah. No, you can't rub it in with this. No. What the hell? Depresso espresso. The door before you slowly drew shut. You could no longer hear the raucous sounds of the men from within the den. The faint scent of cigarette smoke, however, lingered in the air. Before it was cigar smoke. Pick one. Staring vaguely at the closed door, you noticed something was amiss. The maid, who had been holding your hand, was no longer at your side. Oh no, what now? You glanced around, but she was nowhere in sight. Down the corridor stretched only darkness. Not having anticipated this, you were unsure how to react. What's the matter? You lost, or are you just trying to take in the sights? A voice called out to you, but it was not the maid's voice. Caught off guard, you spun around, confused, in search of the source. Where are you looking? I'm over here. Yeah, there you go. Little more to the left. Following the voice's instructions, you found yourself facing a wall. A painting? You look like you've just seen a ghost. Hey now, come on, don't turn away. Yep, you got it. I'm the one talking to you. The voice was coming from within the painting. When you had passed by this wall on your way to the third door, a magnificent landscape painting had been hanging there. I knew that was going to come back. But now the canvas was a deep shade of black, as if it had been dipped into a vat of ink. Creepy! Been a while, the man in the painting. Been a while since I've talked to anyone. So tell me, you can hear me all right, can't you? Splendid. Been so long since I've had a conversation. I was afraid I might have forgotten how to talk. So tell me, who might you be? You don't know? Well, isn't that quite the pickle? Then how about we have a little chat, eh? You got yourself turned around and aren't sure where to go, yeah? Well, I'll be happy to tell you anything I can. Just ask away. Painting sounded rather high-spirited. Perhaps he was simply excited to have the opportunity to speak with someone. So you decided you would ask the painting a few questions. Who are you? Me? Well, as you can see, I'm a painting. Why did I end up as a painting? Hard to say. Maybe I was reborn as a painting because I used to really like art? Though there are things I painted that I wish I hadn't. Maybe that regret's what's turned me into this. Hopefully I get the chance to apologize to him about that. Him? Anyway, no point into getting any more detail than that. You're not the painter who fucked the mistress of the house, are you? Wouldn't mean anything to you, so enough about me. Oh right, you don't know anything about yourself. A shame that. Alright then. Favor for you, since you can't tell me about yourself. If you run into him, could you tell him I really regret what I did? I know I should tell him myself, but, well, as you can see, I'm stuck here. Can't move an inch, so I gotta ask for help. I feel absolutely terrible about painting that picture. I know, yeah, the deadline's way past on that one, but that's what makes it regret, yeah? Because you can't take it back. The picture of the two... Of the kid you imagine your kid was gonna look like. By the time I'd realized it was too late, it was already dead. Or maybe this is about something we haven't seen yet. He's long since passed away. Huh? How are you supposed to give a dead fellow a message? Well, for all you know, the dead could be wandering these halls too. So please, if you come across him, tell him I said, who's him? I need more information. That I didn't mean any harm with that painting. Or maybe you are him? Yeah, who am I? I was thinking he might be talking about Mel's father. Like, yeah, sorry I fucked your wife, or something. Just because you don't know who you are doesn't mean you can go around asking other people. I'm not a person, you say? Well, no, you're right, but I'm not gonna know anything about you that you can't tell me yourself. I mean, from where I'm standing, you look like a walking cloud of shadow. I can't even tell you what you look like. The maid who was with you before, did she call you master? I see. But the question is, which era's master are you? How many doors have you been through? 3 doors, eh? And of those, did any of them bring anything back? Ah, well, it's not an easy thing recovering yourself. Or maybe You weren't behind any of those 3 doors. Yeah, that's gotta be it. That was your first time witnessing those tragedies. Yours is another door. So tell me, how'd you feel looking behind those doors? Was it frightening, saddening, heart-wrenching? Well, let me tell you something. You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. The next door you open is yours. Will you be able to bear it? Will you be able to accept your own tragedy? It's one thing seeing others suffering, but your own. If you have to face emotions you wanted to keep buried, secrets you wanted to keep hidden away, and pain you wanted to forget, do you think you'll be able to accept them as your own? If you can't, I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't accuse you of running if you chose not to reclaim your old self. Nothing wrong with erasing your memory of something if it was so bad. Oh no, Enrique. Yeah, you get the context now, don't you? You're probably like, from what you like really know. Nothing wrong with erasing your memory of something if it was so bad you didn't want to face it in the first place. Let it be rewritten as someone else's story. That'll make it a whole lot easier on you. Because you never know, the most unfortunate tale of all may well be your own. Or perhaps that goes for everything about you. You won't know till you see it? Well, that's true enough. But once you do, there might not be any turning back. Or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, if you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that. A fabrication. If it turns out you're someone from behind the next door, then perhaps you're my... Maybe we don't know this guy yet. Maybe he's the one who painted the painting of the white-haired woman that got torn its face out. Right. What is this place? Ooh, talk about some hard-hitting questions. I'm probably not the one who will be able to answer that for you. I don't have a very deep connection with this mansion, you see? I swear it, I got nothing to gain from lying, do I? It's my regrets that have turned me into this. I wasn't summoned here by no one. That said, there is one thing I can tell you. This place summons people. People who have ties to something that happened long, long ago. No one knows anything even happened. I didn't know either, till she told me. Though I haven't the foggiest of how much of it's true or not. Are you here because you were summoned by her? Or did you come here of your own will to find someone? You came here of your own volition and you weren't summoned by her, then mayhaps you'll be the one who can break the curse? The curse? Hello? Who is the maid? Might as well ask her that directly, but she won't say till you've regained your old self. I see. Well, in that case, if you want to know, you know what you gotta do. Entirely up to you whether you make an ally or an enemy out of her. Excuse me? That's ominous. There's no guarantee and she's even right in the head. I know, I got that impression at some points. You never know. Maybe you're not the only one who hasn't found themselves. Whoa. Well, that was something. Haven't talked that much in a long time. Feels great. Now that I've got that out of my system, I should be able to get some good sleep. You're probably still wandering the dark right now, but I really hope you find the outcome you want. And I mean that. You can either reclaim your old self, or you can toss it aside. The choice is yours either way. Now, since it looks like your escort isn't showing up, what do you plan to do next? How about taking a look around the place since you've got a little free time? Could be you come across some things you wouldn't with her around. Oh, right, if you're gonna go exploring, I got the perfect thing. Stick your hand into the canvas, would you? Yeah, so much information. Well, kinda. He was like... It was a lot of information, but at the same time, he didn't really say much that was new. Just a lot of implications.
It's like, yeah, just stick your hand in this inky black canvas. Nothing bad'll happen. The painting was still wrapped in an impenetrable darkness. Oh, you mean for me, who knows about every implication? Oh God. Ah! A perfect, all-consuming void. The man had told you to put your hand in it. You... Hell yeah, I'm gonna put my hand into suspicious black inky painting frames. You extended your hand for the painting. The moment your fingertips brushed against the darkness, it swallowed your entire hand up to the wrist. No, not there. That tickles, a little to the right. As the man in the painting had instructed, you groped around the inside of the darkness. Before long, you felt something hard at your fingertips. I didn't want to jack off a painting. Clenching the object, you withdrew your hand. Your arm was still intact. You spread your fingers, and there you found a key. Oh, it's a key! Ah, that tickled. With that key, you can access the master bedroom. A while back, she tossed it into me. The damned litter bug. So yeah, it ain't mine. Don't worry about giving it back. However, I bet there's something worth seeing in there, and if she felt the need to toss that key. Alright, well, I'm gonna get some sleep. You take care. If you happen to learn my name, come pay me another visit, should the fancy strike you. And now it's back to the landscape. Having said that, the painting fell quiet. In your hand lay a small key. It seemed rather antiquated and vaguely familiar. Silence once again drew over the corridor. You stood there all alone, no sign of the maid. After considering it for a few moments, you decided to explore the mansion on your own. Ooh, this is the first time we really have a choice. Like, I don't wanna go anywhere. I'm scared. Maid, come back. No, I'm kidding. Well, fuck it. Let's go to the master bedroom. You inserted the key you had been given into the door's keyhole, and with a twist, the door opened. The master bedroom was shrouded in darkness, much like every other room in the mansion. It had evidently been unused for some time. The air in the room was stale and forlorn. Master. A voice seemed to ring out from somewhere. Come on, get up. Up with you. Master! See, what did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with a little light. Without warning, your whole world took on bright, vivid colors. Light streamed through the window, illuminating a well-lived bedroom. A woman's silhouette stood before you. Ah, wait a sec. Don't you hide under your bedspread. Get out of there. Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. Don't worry, I put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best part of being outside and squeezes them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either, just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of leaves. You tried to call out to the silhouette, but it did not respond. Reaching out for her, your hand simply passed through her body. It did not seem to be you that she was speaking to. Perhaps you were looking at a scene from some other period of time. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel, heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality, too. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk, and you listened intently. You can be kind of nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any more time, then. Let's not waste any time, then. What do you say we do something today that we haven't been able to do before? Where should we begin? Ooh, I know! We can get this place cleaned up! Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. I have a hunch, but I know so little it might be totally off base. When the woman's shadow faded away, the master bedroom transformed back into its old dreary state. Like, that woman had short hair. You could think it might be the white-haired girl talking to Bestia, but she didn't talk like that at all, let alone call him master. So, my hunch, unless we haven't met them at all yet, is that the short-haired woman is Giselle, and she's talking to Michelle, who is, and I have a feeling that Michelle is us, but I could be totally wrong, so I'm just gonna keep going. The woman's shadow faded away. The master bedroom transformed back into its old dreary state. Master, can you say my name? You were unsure how to describe the urge welling up in your breast. You could not say her name. You stood unmoving in the master bedroom for some time, but it did not appear anything else was going to happen, so you decided to head somewhere else. Well, let's go to the entrance, maybe. You made your way to the mansion's entrance. There was no one around, nor any source of light. Groping through the darkness, you found the front door, which was sealed shut with a heavy bar. You pressed against the bar, but it remained firmly in place. The door did not budge either. It seemed you could not leave the mansion. Burn the witch. Crucify the impure. When you made to step away from the entrance, you heard a muffled voice. You looked around, but were unable to determine the source of the voice, nor could you be sure whom you had heard either. Giving up on finding anything at the entrance, you decided to head somewhere else. Alright, chat. Where should I go next? Fireplace, we got the fireplace, the den, the rose garden, which probably looks like shit. The cellar, where bad things always happen. The library, the stained glass window, which, at least in the 1800s, was broken, but, I don't want to call for the maid yet. Where should we go next? Rose garden? Okay. I'll take your word for it, Enrique. The maid? I don't want to call her yet. She's gonna spoil all my fun. Oh my god, it actually looks nice. Look, your head is covered in roses. Oh, you got petals on the book. Let's see. Mel is 4, and Mel and Nellie, Nellie. Yeah, this is Mel and Nellie. Oh, Nellie, you got petals on the book. This isn't mine. I can't afford to. Although you could hear the sound of children laughing, you could not see them. Regardless, their cheerful voices warmed your heart. You decided to linger there in the garden for some time. Back when things were nice. The only time things were ever nice.
along with the children's laughs, wafted a sweet fragrance. The wind blew, whisking flower petals up into the air. It was an enchanting sight. Who could it be? Oh, yeah. But after a while, the roses began to wilt. It looks like they just turned white to me. You could no longer hear the children's voices either. A young man stood alone in the withered rose garden. As you drew nearer, you called out to the youth, but the young man did not appear to notice you. He merely stood there, staring vacantly across the garden. The youth muttered something in a lifeless voice. "This isn't what I wanted. I just wanted a normal, peaceful life. I can't bear being alone. I can't take this. Someone get me out of here. Oh God, tell me it's not all my fault." You tried to call out to the young man several times, but he did not seem to hear you. He simply continued muttering to himself. Before long, the youth's shadow faded into nothing. Unable to bear the chilly air any longer, you stepped back into the mansion. Oh, ghosts really do walk these halls. Where next? The fireplace, the den, the cellar, the library, the stained glass window? Where do you guys want to go next? The den? Okay. I know. I just thought it'd be fun if you guys wanted to go anywhere in particular. Let's go to the den. The scent of cigarette smoke lingered in the den. However, the room was silent. Not even an echo of the men's chattering remained. Something was moving. Billiards balls. There was no one present to strike the balls. They rolled spontaneously around the table. It's a ghost! The paths they trayed across the surface were rough and erratic, contrasting that of when the former master had held the cue. The spheres collided awkwardly with one another, not a single one coming close to the pockets. Man, this ghost is shit with billiards. As an experiment, you pulled a ball off the table. In response, the paths of the balls became even clumsier. Having lost one of their targets, they began bouncing aimlessly off the cushioned walls of the table. As you stared intently at the table, a man's voice rang out from somewhere in the room. Spinning around, you saw a silhouette of a man. However, you could not make out what the man was saying. A man thrust his finger at the table. He appeared to want you to return the ball. Jacopo's hell. He's bad at his favorite game. Oh my god. You reluctantly placed the billiards ball back on the table. When you did, the balls resumed endlessly colliding with one another, never landing in any of the pockets. You looked up to find the shadow gone. Having determined that the maid was not going to appear in the den, you exited the room, making your way back into the corridor. Jacopo's hell, he's bad at his favorite game. I'm just gonna rip off the band-aid and go into the cellar. I have a feeling the beast is down there. When you descended into the cellar, you heard beast-like snarling. Yeah, called it. Along with it came a sour odor and the sound of ripping flesh. You could not see the beast, but that did not make it any less unpleasant. You made to retreat from the cellar. Yeah! Why would you do that? But before you could, a shadowy creature lunged at you. Yukimasa, chill! Pretty straightforward where they are, yeah, no kidding. You reflexively squeezed your eyes shut. Well, if you think about it, those places are where all of those began. Like the first door began in the rose garden. The second door began in the cellar. The third door began in the den. That's where the door opened into. After several moments, you opened your eyes again to find a silhouette of a man standing in place of the beast. You and the shadow stared at one another for some time. A shadowy Yukimasa is kind of hard to make out, but I can see his collar against the barrels in the background. Cece, hello! Welcome to the stream! Have you played this game before? Oh, of course you played this game before. I just finished the third door. I don't know why I've never heard of this game before until like just a couple of weeks ago and it was on sale. I was like, apparently this game is great and I'd never heard of it. I was insulted. So, yeah, this is the first time that the maids left us alone, so we're being sneaky. That's basically what's happening. You and the shadow stared at one another for some time. You asked the shadow a question, and the shadow responded, "Also, my new microphone came in. How do I sound?" Wow, you're starting to sound like electronic grating, Yukimasa. You might want to do something about your throat. However, you had no idea what it said. The shadow seemed to be trying to communicate something to you, but trying to make sense of something you could not understand was pointless. Having no reason to remain in the cellar any longer, you made your way back upstairs. Well, that's kind of interesting that that's the first time a silhouette was aware of you. Oh, yay! That's great to hear. Oh, I sound great? Thank you, guys. I was working on it last night when I was putting it all together. Alright, everyone, should I go to the fireplace, the library, or see the stained glass window next? Fireplace. Okay. Maybe in order? Okay. You made your way to the room with the fireplace. What remained of the fire crackled weakly, leaving the room in a veil of darkness. You remembered that you had awoken here. Out of sheer curiosity, you sat down in the rocking chair you had been asleep in. Creak, creak, creak. It was as soothing as a cradle to a baby, and in short order, you found your consciousness drifting from your grasp. Fata Morgana is one of the best VNs, like, ever, but it's unusual style, so I think that's why it's not as well known. Oh. Fata Morgana. Well, I dig this style, even though I'm, like, horribly depressed, but... but it's been a ride, man. Especially voice acting. Man, voice acting the Beast one was like a trip and a half. You could probably imagine, but reading a story by the fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say, do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Oh, whoa. If that was the maid, she was talking to someone she knew really well. Ah! Jeremy played it on the PS4 version. Ooh, we still haven't done the side stories? Well, I've got all the side story content, so if you want to join me for that, I can definitely go through that. I've got the Switch version that has, like, all the stuff in it. Actually, that goes for both of you. If you guys want to see the side content, just keep tuning in. I'll be, you know, Mondays, not Mondays, what am I talking about? Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I'll be doing this. And I figured I might as well do all of it, you know, since I'm here. Your eyes slowly slid open. Okay, a whole second VN about Jacopo. None of you are allowed to look at this until fully finishing base game. About Jacopo, of all people. Interesting. Well, the game did make me somehow feel bad for him, so... A backstage goofy recaps of both these games, also spoilery. Okay, okay. Fragments of a pleasant dream lingered in the back of your mind. The crackling of a fire, the taste of warm wine. Ooh, our memories are coming back. However, there was nothing pleasant about the fireplace sitting before you. No warm, crackling flames. In fact, the brisk air of the room overpowered the remnants of embers left there. A chill ran down your spine. Afraid you might freeze stiff, if you stayed there much longer, you resumed your exploration of the mansion. Right, library. Voice acted, ooh. The smell of dusty books filled the air of the library. You approached a shelf to examine one of the books. And suddenly an avalanche of them came falling to the floor. You stared blankly at the mountain of books. They had fallen down on their own, but they showed no signs of putting themselves away. Since no one else was there to do it, you began placing the books back on the shelf. 1, 2, 3, a dozen. And as soon as you had gotten them all back up, they came crashing back down again. Haunted books! You moe through helplessness. You wished very much to implore of the maid's assistance, but she did not appear to be in the area. Like, maid, help! I can't get these books up on the shelf. Pretending you had not seen anything, you made your way back into the hallway. Alright, I guess time to go see the stained glass window. Well, it's still there. It's not bashed to pieces right now. You approach the stained glass window. You just ignore them. An array of pews was arranged facing the stained glass. There seemed to be an air of tranquility about the room. You sat down in one of the pews and stared quietly forward for some time. For a moment, you felt like you were on the verge of recalling something, but ultimately, memory never managed to surface. The maid did not appear to be there. Where could she have gone? But this place is significant to us because we felt like we were going to remember something. You decided to resume exploring the mansion. Oh, can I see it again? You returned to the room with the stained glass window. You had searched throughout the mansion, but had no luck finding the maid. You felt somewhat tired, as though you were not sure whether it was physical exhaustion or otherwise. You had little interest in doing any more moving about. Taking a seat in one of the pews, you gazed up at the stained glass. Staring solemnly back at you was the archangel said to weigh the souls of the deceased. Perhaps he was trying to weigh your soul. It's cool that you could do that twice. Master? Master? Oh, there you are, Master. She looks really pretty in this room. You gave me quite the scare. After returning from the third door, you disappeared without a word. Oh my. It was I who disappeared? That is quite strange. I did not go anywhere as far as I am aware. Nevertheless, I am glad to have found you. I would have been at a complete loss for what to do if I had been separated from you yet again. I did, indeed, say that when you first arrived. I have been waiting for your return for a very long time. For centuries, as a matter of fact. That would make me a ghost, then, you say? I am very much not a ghost. Would I be able to hold your hand if I were? Saying this, the maid took your hand. It was cold enough to send a shudder down your spine, and completely devoid of life. Girl! Though as chilling as it may have been, you still took comfort in the feeling of her hand in yours. And the maid looked down at you with gentle eyes. For a few moments of silence, she sat down beside you. The stained glass is quite beautiful. The stained glass is quite beautiful, is it not? Every time I see it, it brings a tranquility to my heart. A dreadful, deep-rooted curse afflicts this mansion. However, this room is the one exception. I don't know, that window got busted in another timeline. I don't know if it would count as not cursed. Can you feel the purity that hangs in the air, Master? Yes? What is it, Master? You are correct. This stained glass window had been shattered and was not present in the time period of the previous tale. Hey, I was just talking about this. I wonder. Perhaps it is because the mansion we are in presently resides in a realm separate from the real world. Well, that's new information, although I guess not entirely surprising. We are in a world constructed from myriad memories and histories. I am sure that when you regain your old self, Master, the mansion, too, shall be restored to its original state. So do try and remember, all right? Oh, yes. Where did you go in my absence, Master? I see. So you explored the mansion, then? And did you find anything noteworthy? Memories. I am not quite sure what you mean. How peculiar. As a servant of this house, I pride myself in being aware of most everything present within these walls. I wonder whose memories they could be. The key to the master bedroom. Why did I throw away the key? I beg your pardon. You say a painting told you. Well, she said her. I had a feeling it might be a different her than the maid. You could see the perplexity on the maid's face. You had never seen her make such an expression before. Ooh, it's the witch. I know nothing of any key. Oh, Master, you should not tell jokes meant to cause others discomfort. But a talking painting, you say? You seem to have a rather vivid imagination. Maybe you can tell the next tale, Master. That's rude. I am only teasing. You love how when she smiles and closes her eyes. Yeah. It's not clear whether or not they're fully closed. Ooh, good point. I'll have to look closely. Now, that was a nice break, but we should get moving. The tale I'm about to show you is the last of the mansion's memories. I am certain you will remember yourself after seeing it. To our feet. The final door is not far. And please, do not let go of my hand. Holding your hand, the maid led you to the far end of the room. Crossing beneath the stained glass window, a metal door came into view. Our destination lies at the top of these stairs. There, we will find one last door. She pushed open the metal door, revealing a long, long spiral staircase. It will be a bit of a walk, so let us be on our way. And please, do watch your step. This is called an observation tower. Is it that square tower we keep seeing? Normally, towers such as this were built in castles or churches, so it is rather strange for there to be one in a mansion. The last door I wish to show you, master, resides at the top of this tower. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in several locations along the way up the spiral staircase. You attempted to peer out of one of the windows, but all you could see was a thick layer of fog. Perhaps the maid's suggestion that the mansion did not presently reside in reality was in fact correct. With each step upward, you found yourself gripped by an indescribable sense of anxiety. The feeling somewhat resembled irritation or annoyance. Sensing this, the maid tightly gripped your hand. There is nothing to worry about. You will be fine. It is all in the past. No matter what may happen, so long as you do not let go of my hand, you have nothing to fear. You and the maid continued climbing the stairs. Up and up, around and around, marching ever nearer the supposed final door. High up into the tower, as the light from below drew distant, a rotten wood door came into view. Doesn't look that rotten. Patches of what appeared to be blood stained the surface, and holes had been bored into it with sharp objects of some sort. I think I remember something, maybe in like the first door, about there being like a rotten door at the top of the tower or something that was like barely even a door, but I might be remembering wrong. Oops. You heard a scream from far below where no one should have been. Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Kill the witch! Burn her! Burn her! Burn her! Oh, the airbrushing looked like flames on the pillars. Yeah, that's pretty subtle, isn't it? You were struck with fear. The next moment, the maid opened the door, and then you slowly descended into darkness. The fourth door. $10.99. Wow, this is a long time ago. We are in the Dark Ages. Set on a pot. Set it on, and also pour water into it. Gather the pieces thereof into it. Oh my god, old recipes literally sound like this. Even every good piece, the thigh and the shoulder. Literally, medieval recipes read like this. Fill it with the choice bones. Take the choice of the flock, and burn also the bones under it. And make it boil well, and let them seethe the bones of it therein. Literally like this. Thus saith the Lord, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose scum is therein, and whose scum is not gone out of it. Bring it out piece by piece. Let no lot fall upon it. Ha! 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 Where is she? Where did she go? She came down this way, I'm sure of it. Find her! Find her! And burn her! Burn the witch! 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 Burn her! 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 Then will I leave thee upon the land, and I will cast thee forth upon the open field, and will cause all the fowls of the heaven to remain upon thee. And I will fill the beasts of the whole earth with thee, and I will lay thy flesh upon the mountains, and fill the valleys with thy height. I will also water with thy blood the land wherein thou swimmest, even to the mountains. And the rivers shall be full of thee. And when I shall put thee out, I will cover the heaven, and make the stars thereof dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not give her light. All the bright lights of heaven will I make dark over thee, and set darkness upon thy land. Man, that is like some... If somebody insults you with that, or it does that as a comeback, that is not fucking around. I seem to have lost them. Now, where am I? Where should I go from here? What am I to do? Darkness spreads as far as the eye can see. Not a ray of light shines down upon me. All that strokes my cheek are tendrils of darkness. Every passing day, every fading hour, my world is engulfed in ebony. Check the backlog. I'm not sure how to check the backlog, actually. Might as well save. Figure out the buttons, finally. Oop! Oh, I didn't even know I could do this. Oh. Learning controls. Check the backlog. At least I know how to check the backlog now. Oops. There exists no kindness in the shadow, only solitude. I've lost track of how long I've been on the run, wandering aimlessly, lost, until I arrived at this dark forest. I no longer have anywhere to go. O Father, who art in heaven, I kneel to thee within my heart and ask of thee my blessing, thy blessing. O Father, who art in heaven. Oh, we were hearing this stuff way at the beginning, so these might have been, like, some lingering memories with us. You can scroll all the way up? Yo, okay. Wait, hold on. Hold on. How do I scroll up quickly? What? What? Hello? Hold on, what? 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 You slowly descend into darkness. You can try to remember the past, but it's an absolute, utter waste of time. Erase everything, all your sorrows, wipe them away for a fistful of happiness. Allow me to show you that you have no need of the past. What? I've actually never played a VN before that, like, puts stuff in the backlog. Oh wait, I didn't catch this either, where she says her name. I, to thee in my heart, and I ask thee of thy... O Father, who art in heaven. Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't see that before. Is there anything else? What? This is wild. I've never played a VN before that does this. This is fucking wild. I love this. There will be a lot. I'm so excited. This is so cool. For real. This is so cool. Door 4 is a lot. I'm excited. Oh my goodness. There's some stuff I missed during my playthrough and had to Google it after. It's the only door with log screws. Wait, this is, yeah. Just log checking frequently is useful. Thank you guys for telling me, or else I literally would not have known. I didn't even know how to check backlog. We can remember you when to check if you want. Yeah, absolutely. Let me know, like, hey, check it, check it. That sounds like something DDLC would do. I never played very far into it. I probably should have. That was probably about it, huh? Bro, what? This is so scary, though. Okay. O Father, who art in heaven.
I ask of thee to shine my light upon me and show me the way. Please have mercy upon my soul. O Father who art in heaven, I do love thee dearly. Hallowed be thy name. Please show me the way. I may be shunned and persecuted, and I may have no place to go, but nevertheless I am unable to give up on life, to cast aside my hope. O Father who art in heaven, please guide me unto salvation. O Father who art in heaven, please guide me. I can no longer remember when my life became naught but running. When we played, we found it accidentally. Missed the line when we were trying to something. It was like XXXXXX. Yo! What? How did you guys feel? Was that like, what the hell? When it became endless wandering in the dark. And now, when I've reached the point where I've long since forgotten my hunger and thirst, my voice has become hoarse, my vision gone blurry, and my consciousness begun sinking into a hazy morass. You missed most of it, had to Google it, gotcha. That mansion appears before me, wrapped in a morning fog that seems to foretell rain. You got short hair again! That was cool. Oh my. The mansion comes into view like the world fading in after a dream. It doesn't appear as though anyone lives here. All the windows are either boarded up or shuttered, as if it's long since been abandoned. A tower, which seems out of place in a personal residence, stands tall beside the mansion. The whole building seems as though it could disappear with the fog. It has an unwelcoming presence, freezing me in my tracks. However, if this is where you have led me, then I shall follow your guidance. Having nowhere else to go, this mansion is my only salvation, the light that guides my way. And so I must have faith that no matter what I find, whether spirits or wild beasts dwell within these walls, that this is where I will find peace. Is anyone there? I guess it is abandoned. That makes sense. It would be more unusual for someone to be living in a house so deep in the woods, so far from civilization, like it's been forgotten to time. Seems like the kind of thing someone would make a compilation of on the internet somewhere, sometime, right? I know, I'm already liking this. Should I check the log yet? I can't imagine anyone spending their days here. You'll warn me when to? Okay. You got it all looked up? Gotcha. Thank you, Enrique. I place my hand on the front door. What if I can't get in? I very much doubt I'll find anywhere else to stay wandering around through the woods. If the door doesn't open. You do have the compilation there. Alright. Sweet. If the door doesn't open, then I'll die out here in the forest. Break in, get a rock, and break a window. Back then, windows were like flimsy as shit. It was all one pane, you know? If you had any, you had to be mega rich to have one pane of glass. I've come to accept much, but I'm not ready to forfeit my life yet. Please open. The door is heavy, and though it seems to protest my attempts to enter, it still opens much easier than I was expecting. I was worried over nothing. Looking in, I get the strangest impression light is being swallowed up into the mansion's depths. Rather than going inside, it
It feels as though I'm about to step outside to the boundaries of this world. When I close the door, it's so dark I can't even tell where I'm walking. I wonder if the window's open. Though I manage to fumble my way over to a window, it's tightly shuttered, and the shutters are caked with rust. I'm probably not getting it open without a fight. If only I had some source of light. I can't even see my hand waving in front of my face. It feels like the floor will fall out from under me and I'll sink into eternal darkness if I don't watch my step. Fighting back that fear, I slowly walk forward, tracing the wall with my hand. There's a door at the end of a long corridor. I pull it open, and a wisp of bone-chilling air brushes past me. It's too dark to see anything, but I can feel something different present in this area than the rest of the house. Uneasiness grips me. Is anybody here? My voice simply disappears into the void. No response. As I'm pushing forward through the freezing air, for a split second, I spot a shimmer of light. Squinting my eyes, I'm able to make it out a large window. Unlike the others, it's not shuttered, but covered by drapes. My chances are slim, I imagine, but even if there's a slight possibility of getting some light in here, it's worth a shot. So I pull open the drapes. The next moment, faint but colorful light shines down upon me. It's a stained glass window. From beyond the glass, I can hear the subtle pitter-patter of rain. I guess it finally started. Different colors of light blend into a milky white, dim but wondrous. It's gorgeous. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it'd be... Please do not touch the drapes. Or the windows. Suddenly I hear a voice, and I can sense someone else in the room. The man's voice is emotionless, but neither deep nor high. Before long, he comes into view, illuminated by dull orange candlelight. Is it Michelle? Yeah, it is. I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but, I did announce myself. Hey, this sounds a lot like when, this sounds exactly like when Giselle came in. The man stands there, practically blending in with the darkness. Has he been there the whole time? He's staring straight at me. His gaze wavers slightly, but not enough for me to read anything in it. The candle in his hand and the light from the stained glass window are the only illumination in the room, neither of which are particularly bright. As a result, his outline is faint and blurred. It gives off the impression that he might vanish entirely between blinks. My apologies. I assumed the house was abandoned. I suspect you would have preferred it to be abandoned. Not at all. Is this, do you live in this mansion? Yes, I have for a very long time. Though I had barred the front door, but it would I thought I had barred the front door, but it would seem I left it open. What brings you here? If you're lost, I am happy to give you directions. There is a village west of here. It should take you maybe half a day on foot. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. This is exactly like the Giselle thing. But she was here for a different reason and had a completely different personality. Trade it for food at the village, then make your way to a larger town. Please allow me to stay here. Could you repeat that?
I cannot go to the village. No, I cannot go anywhere. I am no longer able to freely return to any town. I'm being hunted. You seem rather young to be a sinner. So you have transgressed. I am neither a thief nor an adulterer. If I bear any sin, then it has been with me since birth. I will do everything I can to stay out of your way. I simply ask that you grant me shelter until it all blows over. If you wish to know of my transgression, I will tell you. So please, do not throw me out. I see. And do you ask this of me aware of how people refer to this mansion? Pardon? It is said that a witch once lived in this house. And not just any witch, a cursed witch. This house has been tainted by her seething hatred, and all who dwell within it meet their demise. But you live here, don't you? Like her, I too am cursed. Huh? What kind of curse? The one thing I can tell you is that your life is in danger if you get involved with me. Should you approach my curse, I am likely to take your life. You'll kill me. Yes, so you do not belong here. To live with me in this mansion is to sentence yourself to death. No matter what path I choose, I very much doubt I have a future. And if that's the case, then I shall live how I want. I don't care what people say about you or this mansion. I wish to stay here. You might think I'm rather strange, but my heart tells me that I must stay here, that I was guided here. And hearing what you have to say only reinforces that. What are you scheming? I am not scheming anything. I am simply tired of running. So if your curse is going to kill me, then perhaps that's for the best. At the very least, you won't be hunting me. You won't try to flay me, or tear off my arms, or rip the flesh from my bones. And that's enough for me. Poor girl, her standards are real low. If you have committed no sin, then why do they hunt you so fervently? I am accused of being a witch. Master, Master, please wake up. Return to me. Ah, have you come too, Master? I apologize for sending you through the door without warning. It must have given you quite the scare, but I beg your forgiveness. I heard a terrible screaming from down the stairs and I panicked. You say you saw the white-haired girl. I see. So you made it into the world beyond the door before me. I am deeply relieved that I was able to take your hand before losing sight of you. I presume you have already grown familiar with the atmosphere of this time period, Master. If you have seen her, as you said, then you should have a basic grasp of the situation. She was a very misfortunate girl in this era, accused of being a witch, abused and persecuted. Her life was in constant danger. It was, again, her appearance that brought this upon her. That snow-white hair and those ruby-red eyes clearly differentiated her from everyone else. Oh, and I apologize. I neglected to mention that this door is unique. As for what sets it apart, that will be made clear as we proceed. The one difference is in the time period. Yeah, no kidding. Like, everything was chronological so far, and this one's more in the past than any of the other ones. The tales I have shown you began with that of the beautiful flaxen-haired family, followed by the tale of the bloodthirsty beast, and then the tale of steel and ambition, proceeding in chronological order. However, the door we have just entered... Check back... Oh, sorry! Thank you for bonking me. I got into it. Alright, alright. What? Ooh, 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 ooh. Hello, hello? Oh my god, all of her... Wait, but they actually said this stuff out loud. This is so cool. If you wish to know of my transgressions, I shall tell you. This is wild. Look at all these X's. I am neither a thief, nor a sinner, nor an adulterer. I am not just a witch. This is wild. What kind of... The one thing I can... That your life is in danger. Did you approach to live with in this? No matter what, I doubt very much I have a future. If that's the case, then I shall live. I think I'd rather, but tells me... Okay, you should focus on the red text. Okay, but still, I'm like, this is wild. This is all over the place. I am accused of being a witch. My lifeblood was your sustenance, your prosperity. Upon my blood did you build your lives. A sin so great it shall never be forgiven. And by my blood were your lives extinguished. This is the power granted unto me by God. My blood shall become a curse, blotting out the stars. I am the witch, Morgana. Now let us begin a tale, the beautiful finale to this world. Whoa! The witch Morgana! She finally came back up. Way too complex to try to understand all the censorship. Yeah, but it was interesting because it's stuff I actually read without censorship, so it's interesting. Morgana. So the previous red text must have been her as well. But I can't go all the way back up to all that. However, the door we have just entered takes us to the period now known as the Middle Ages, long, long before the other three tales. Yes, that is correct. This is where it all began. The mansion's curse, the truth of the witch, and your identity. All of this should be made known. Oh, it's telling us to forget about the past, the previous text. Yeah, true. Saying we don't need to remember the past, yeah. All of this should be made known. If, after this tale, you are still unable to reclaim your old self, then there is nothing more I can do. This door contains the last tale I am able to tell you. So I ask of you, please do not let go of my hand until it is all over. Now then, let us begin a beautiful, tragic love story of two solitary souls trapped in a mansion of darkness. Beautiful, tragic love story of the white-haired girl and Michelle, who is the master. Got it. In that era, the mansion was a dungeon draped in darkness. After a great deal of time on the run, the white-haired girl found herself at a remote mansion that stood in a dark, overgrown forest. All the windows were either boarded up or shuttered, and it was even darker inside the house than out. Not even a ray of moonlight could enter those walls. Only, naturally, the white-haired girl had assumed that nobody lived there.
But her guess was incorrect. Someone did indeed dwell in the house. It was a young man named Michel. Ah, again? Yo! In that era, the mansion was a dungeon draped in darkness. You, having been trapped in perpetual darkness, found light in the same house where I withered away. That light was bestowed upon you by a certain woman, was it not? Leave everything to me, my dear. I promise I shall make this into a most beautiful tale. Yes, I am giving you special treatment, a rare act of kindness from me, of warmth. You do not wish her to know the truth, and I can make better use of her like this. So it is to both our benefits to rewrite the woman you loved. Ooh! You know, I'm having echoes of when that painting was like, if a tale seems too beautiful, too tragic to be true, then it is a fabrication. So whatever we're about to see isn't actually the truth, but I bet it's going to be rather cool to read. So I guess at least we know going in this isn't going to be true. It was a young man named Michel. Though she could not make out the details of his face in the candlelight, she thought him a very handsome man. However, he proclaimed to her that a witch resided within the mansion and that he too was cursed. Everyone who got close to him lost their lives. Do you think that what he told her was all nonsense? A lie devised to chase her out of the house? The truth of the matter shall come to light in time. Despite Michelle's assertions, the white-haired girl decided she would take up residence within the mansion. This era's white-haired girl was younger than the others. She was still in her early teens, young enough to be seen as still a child. But she was neither as self-centered nor irresponsible as you might expect of someone her age. 1600s, she was 16 and lost her hair. 17, slightly older with short hair. 18s, hundreds, slightly older and hair grew back. 1100s, young teen. She was very delicate and reserved, and acted with a great deal of modesty and restraint. The accusations of her being a criminal and a sinner were grossly inappropriate. Nevertheless, she was still chased from her home, barely managing to flee to this mansion with her life. Now, the white-haired girl thought it would be rude to simply take up space in the mansion, so she chased down the master, Michel, and asked, is there anything I can do to help? I will clean or cook or do anything. Just let me know. I want to repay you for allowing me to stay here. You need not feel indebted to me. The weight of that obligation will only turn into disdain. But I can't just stay here and do nothing. Do whatever you like. As long as you do not enter my room. That is all I ask of you. He said emotionlessly, turning away and walking off. Michel was not, I believe, spurning her. He was merely disinterested. He did not treat her disrespectfully, nor did he seem averse to her presence. Words simply did not seem to affect him at all. Not only was the mansion a prison for his body was also a prison ensnaring his heart. I should still do whatever I can. But she did not let that get her down. In fact, she might have even been interpreted as disinterest, and she might even have interpreted his disinterest as kindness. Though he was a bit standoffish, he did not attempt to cause her harm. He was nothing like the people who had accused her of being a witch and forced her to flee for her life, and she was deeply grateful for that. Thus began their quiet life together, Michelle, who avoided contact with others, and the white-haired girl who had taken a great deal of abuse from others. Two people who knew hardly anything about one another, who were too distant to really be said to be living together. Michel spent most of his day in his chambers, so they only ever saw each other occasionally, and they hardly ever spoke. Though they stayed in the same house, they both still lived solitary lives. Nonetheless, the white-haired girl wanted to get to know Michel better. She wanted to know why he called himself cursed. Why he lived alone in this dark mansion. How many days, how many years he had spent here in solitude. And while she waited for the opportunity, she also started doing things around the house. The first project she set out to take care of was the cleaning. She's gonna Sophie this whole house. As the windows were all firmly shut, her only source of light was candles. For whatever reason, there was a great deal of candles stored in the cellar. She wondered where on earth he had acquired so many. Yeah, even candles were expensive back then. But she never found the opportunity to ask him. It was difficult to even see all the dust and cobwebs with only candlelight, and considering the poor airflow through the house, she was afraid her efforts were going to be in vain. Still, she persisted, sweeping and wiping things down, one room at a time. Eventually, she made her way to the library. The dust that had settled there was much heavier than in any other room. With each breath, she had to fight back coughs. It was not a room one would normally be comfortable spending much time in, but the sight of so many bulky volumes lining the shelves sent her heart flutter with delight. There, books. Incredible, real books. The white-haired girl had never seen a book before. She had heard people describe them, but that was the first time she had ever seen one for herself. Parchment was a very valuable commodity in that era. It was something monks or scholarly priests made use of, and not a material one could easily acquire without some degree of social rank. Yeah, especially because it was made from animal skins. Like, you gotta kill a whole animal to make parchment, and you know, livestock was very valuable, you know? It was a big deal if you killed something for meat or skins. Okay. Okay. Well, I could just check every once in a while. So apparently there's not one right now. Okay. Books were not printed with machines, but copied by hand. A single volume took an incredible amount of work to create. Even the process of binding was an art. Standing before the shelf, she stared intently at the spines. There's so much dust. Does he not read any of them? Just a peek. Just a tiny little peek, she said, making excuses to the empty room as she reached her hand towards one of the books. The tome that caught her eye was on the upper shelf. It bore gorgeous jade embossing and looked like it belonged in a treasure chest. Almost. Though she tended to act older than her age, the white-haired girl was still in her early teens and not especially tall. Even standing tiptoe, it was just barely within reach. At long last, her slender fingers made contact with the spine, and she began to pull the book toward her. Ah! The library sat abandoned for some time, causing the covers to stick together, so when she attempted to pull one out, several others tilted with it. And then, almost all the books on the shelf came avalanching down on her. So, that's what the, that library scene refers to when we had the run of the mansion. I'm gonna check the backlog just in case.
Nothing. Hmm. Ow! The white-haired girl groaned, buried under a mountain of parchment. She hoped she had not damaged any of her host's valuable collection, for the mess was enough of a setback already in her attempt to express her gratitude. Looking around, she saw one volume that was almost torn in half. She did not know whether it was in that condition before, or if it happened in the fall, but nonetheless she felt horribly guilty. Sitting there, unable to get back to her feet, tears began welling in her eyes. Then, suddenly, a shadow fell over the dejected girl. It took a book in its hand and returned it to the shelf. For a brief moment, the shadow's hand reached hesitantly toward the white-haired girl, then changed course toward another book. Ah! It was Michel. There was a hint of perplexity in his otherwise emotionless eyes. Perhaps he had heard the noise and come to see what had caused it. I'm so sorry. Your books, What were you doing? I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make a mess. I didn't mean to damage such precious books. There's no need to panic. I'm sorry. You made it sound as though I'm admonishing you. What? Did you want to read a book? I do, but that's not what does she even know how to read? I originally came here to clean. Clean? Yes, I felt guilty simply being idle. I did say you could do as you pleased, but you have no responsibility to clean anything. I ended up making a bigger mess anyway. You needn't apologize. Oh, okay. I have a feeling something happened. I'm sorry. I ended up making a mess anyway. Oh, so the X's only happen when the white-haired girl and Michel talk to each other. That's interesting. How interesting. If you want to read, help yourself to any of the books. But I don't know how to read. I knew it. I just thought the cover was pretty, so I wanted to hold it. You're free to use them however you wish. If looking at them is enough for you, by all means. These are all your books, aren't they? They are. That's incredible. You have so many. It must have taken you a long time to acquire them all. One per month. Even that's a lot. What? My family sends me one every month. Wow, your family rich! Well, I guess you are living in a giant mansion. Every month? The white-haired girl turned her gaze back toward the shelves, squinting her eyes and beginning to count. When she finished, she was in awe. There were in excess of 100 books on the shelves, which meant he had lived there in solitude for many years. At least 10, I guess? She was at a loss for words. They're dull tomes, dreadfully inoffensive, and not even interesting enough to waste a few hours with. Decoration is all they're good for. I see. If you can put them to some use, then perhaps my having them won't be entirely meaningless anymore. I'm going to return to my room. Don't feel obligated to clean up. Just a minute. Was there something else? Could you tell me your name? I just realized I never asked for your name. I think he said Michel at one point. Not knowing what to call you. Or was that the narration that just called him Michel? Yeah, maybe it was just the maid who called him Michel. Not knowing what to call you will make conversation awkward. I want to, though. Wait. Did it skip over again? You don't need my name to...
Michelle. Michelle. Or Michael? Should I say Michelle or Michael, like the Archangel? I don't know if they call him Michelle. I'm not French or Catholic enough. I'm gonna look this up. I don't want to say his name wrong. Maybe I should say Michael. No, I don't have, I just tried to totally squint and look blurrily through his wiki page, but it doesn't have his name in katakana. So I can't be sure if it's Michelle. Maybe I should just say Michael, like the Archangel. Michael, like the Archangel. The name suits you quite well. It suits me? It does, although it's difficult to see you in the dark. You seem to be a very handsome man, befitting of your name. I beg to differ. Giving me his name is the highest form of mockery. I expect the real Archangel is probably rather annoyed by it. I don't know. I think it's a wonderful name. And you're... No, never mind. Oh, my name? My name is... Giselle. What?! I was starting to think her name might be Morgana. Well, conveniently, Giselle and Morgana have the same amount of letters. But, the Giselle that showed up in that other timeline, in the carriage, had a completely different personality. What's going on? Please, call me Giselle. Oh, thank goodness. I'm gonna check backlog. All names have been, censored out. Oh, you're back. Good. I was checking at times to make sure I wasn't too far off, but, looks like, I haven't run into anything yet, except that things get censored up the wazoo whenever they're having conversations with each other, and all names get censored. And I was debating whether his name is pronounced like Michelle or Michael. And I was even like with my squinting so I couldn't see clearly, so I wouldn't get spoiled looking on his wiki page to see if his name was in Japanese anywhere. Oh, so it's Michael? It is Michelle. So it's Michelle? Wait. Michelle. Okay, so I should keep saying that. Okay. Because I didn't see any Google results come up for Michelle Archangel, but maybe that's just like because I was looking at English Google results and not French. Yeah. So I should keep saying Michelle. Okay. Michelle and Giselle. Oh, thank goodness. For what? That I was able to get your name and talk to you for a little bit. We haven't seen much of each other since I first arrived, so I'm glad that I got to hear your voice. So very glad. You gain nothing by speaking to me. Companionship, bro! It's a thing! You have no responsibility to do so, and there's no need for you to feel joy about it. I'm not pleased out of some sense of responsibility or necessity. It's just depressing, not being able to have a conversation with someone living in the same house. You do not understand me at all. As I said on that first day, my curse will one day kill you. But I'm still alive, aren't I? I know, he's so itchy, he's so emo. Ever since that, like, fake Giselle scene, or like that Giselle scene in a future time period, I've been like, ooh, emo boy. You are welcome to believe I am lying, or that I'm merely out of my mind. But it will be too late when you realize the truth. I'll be fine, I'm sure. And even if I do die because of your curse, I promise I won't hold a grudge. Something tells me there's gonna be something regretful about that. Could you possibly be keeping away from me out of concern? No, I simply have no interest in interacting with anyone. I would like to interact with you. If you don't mind, that is. As I told you, you have nothing to gain from that. I have nothing, not even words, to give you. My body is but a shell. Even if I were not cursed, my presence would do naught but cause you discomfort. I don't think that's true. I don't believe that there's anyone in this world with absolutely nothing. There's plenty inside you. You simply haven't noticed it yet. And not all of it will cause others pain either. This is giving me some Jane Eyre vibes, except she's like really young. Although I guess Jane Eyre was pretty young, but still. If you truly believe those words, then you are a foolhardy girl. How can you trust someone you only just met? For that matter, how do you not resent everyone? Resent them? I can take a guess as to why people call you a witch, and why you had to flee all the way to this mansion. Your white hair and red eyes. That abnormal, seemingly inhuman appearance drew their condemnation. Don't you have white hair and red eyes? I mean, it's a little hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure you got, like, white hair streaked with red, and your eyes appear a little reddish. And I can think of any number of reasons they might have started treating you less than human. Perhaps people around you experienced misfortune, or perhaps there was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague. Some kind of external phenomenon, and you were their scapegoat. Yes, you are, by and large, correct. And that would make me as untrustworthy of your trust as anyone else. I make no claim having your interests in mind. Goodbye. If you don't mind, could you teach me how to read sometime? Did you listen to anything I said? Look at his little angry face. I listened, yes. I have no intention of idolizing you, but I don't have any intention of idolizing you. I don't expect you to do anything for me, and I don't wish to burden you in any way. I simply wish to be allowed to be at your side. It does not matter to me what kind of person you may be. That is all I want. So that thing about how she was, how she treats all her love interests in all of these other timelines she turns up in all seem to kind of stem from that, huh? I apologize for keeping you. Please consider it if it's not too much trouble. As the master of the house, Michel, made his way out of the library, he appeared to be slightly rattled. Perhaps the white-haired girl's determination had ignited something in his chained heart. Or perhaps it was something else. She stared toward the darkness into which Michel had disappeared. Is there any backlog yet? I just kind of want to look at all the censorship. Oh, a lot of this. Ooh, all the stuff about the witch was not censored. Oh, that's interesting. All the names and various stuff are still censored, but all the stuff about your life being treated by others as a witch is not censored at all. Interesting. Until the very end, the last thing she says to him. Oops. Then, she carefully wrapped her arms around the jade-embossed tome, a soft smile spreading across her lips. He's a decent man. I'm sure of it. We're alike, he and I. And thus began to blossom within her a faint sense of fellowship as someone who also knew solitude. What interesting music. Sorry, just a moment. It had been about a week since the white-haired girl had taken up residence in the mansion. Staying in that house deprived of light was, I imagine, a very claustrophobic experience. To anyone blessed enough to have sunlight as a part of their everyday lives, it would have been unbearable. But for her, the mansion, with its prison walls and lack of either illumination or recreation, was the one place she could find respite. She and Michel continued to be distant, however. He spent most of his time in his chambers, which he had explicitly told the white-haired girl to stay out of, leaving her unable to close that gap. Nonetheless, on the occasions they did cross paths in the hallway, their eyes would meet, if but briefly. It was never for more than a few seconds. Whenever she saw him, she made a point of giving him a little smile. He never said anything, but still, when she had first arrived, he would not have even met her gaze. He seemed to be taking more and more notice of her. One day, the white-haired girl stood in the cellar, a frown on her face. Well, this is troubling. I can't go down to the village, but if we don't do something soon, what are you, running out of food? The cellar was where their food was stored, an assortment of non-perishables and dried foods, smoked meats and cheeses. Their daily meals were taken from the supplies there. However, the stockpile was beginning to grow quite small. Were she not on the run, she could have gone to the village to procure more. Or perhaps, were she a little tougher, she could have captured a wild animal for its meat. Oh, I can keep reading. It's gonna take a while for the next hidden text. Okay. But master, you know a young, delicate thing like her was hardly up to the task of hunting for food. But how does he normally get his supplies, I wonder? From there, other questions about Michel started rising up in her mind. No matter how lifeless he seemed, surely he still had to eat, right? The white-haired girl nodded, then made her way out of the cellar, intending to head for his bedchamber. Ah, but on her way there, she spotted him standing by the entrance, staring motionless at the door, lit by a single candle. Well, that's a little creepy. He appeared to be waiting for something. May I ask you a question? Go on. I was just down in the cellar, and I noticed we were running low on food. Do you normally go down to the village to restock? I haven't been outside in 10 years. I said about 10 years, right? If there were upward of 100 books. Then how do you... What if I told you I don't eat? What? That I am not of this world, and as such, I have no need of sustenance. Oh my god, is the maid the same way? She doesn't eat? What would you think of that? That sounds very, economical? If you can survive without having to eat, that's one less thing to worry about. If it were possible, I'd like to have that ability too. It would seem trying to frighten you is a waste of time. Ah, was I supposed to be afraid? Never mind. It doesn't matter. You asked about the food in the cellar. It's getting to be about that time. Wait, and you will find out. What do you... It's here. Oh? If you want to know where my supplies come from, open the door. But, I'm in hiding. There's no one at the door anymore. The knock is nothing more than a signal. A signal? The white-haired girl turned toward Michel to press him for more information, but he averted his gaze. Find the answer yourself, he seemed to be saying. She took several moments to gather her will, then marched over to the door. So bright. The sunlight, which she had not seen in some time, was so bright it seemed to burn her eyes. Although the sun itself had not gotten any brighter, she had simply spent so much time in the dark her eyes were no longer accustomed to that much light. The color of her eyes made them quite sensitive to light already, so when she stepped outside, her whole world went bone white. The white-haired girl stood motionless for 10, perhaps 15 seconds, and when her eyes had finally adjusted to the light, what's this? She's gonna burn her eyes out like that. She noticed a crate on the ground at her feet. She turned her head back to ask Michel about the box, but the mansion was so dark it appeared to be wholly severed from the outside world. From where she stood, she was unable to distinguish Michel from the shadows. A pang of nervousness struck her. She wanted to return to that darkness as quickly as possible. The white-haired girl had come to yearn for that world without light, more than the one with. The crate was fairly hefty. The slightly built girl had considerable difficulty bringing it into the house, but eventually she did manage to drag it through the front door. And then everything went dark once more, except for the faint flicker of candlelight floating in the air. Interesting how the white-haired girl from the Beast times said in the darkness she could see a candlelight flickering in her blindness. You can leave it there. I'll take care of the rest. What? Without a word, Michel approached her in the box, withdrawing a knife that he had evidently kept hidden somewhere on his person. With it, he cut through the rope that bound the box. Go on, open it up. At his insistence, she placed her hand upon the lid. She had no idea what lay inside this unexpected delivery. Whoever had brought it was already long gone. Staring at the strange box, she was racked with nervousness. However, what she found when she pushed aside the lid was completely ordinary food. Is something amusing? It was just rather anticlimactic. Here I was worried about what might be inside. We were just talking about supplies in the cellar. So, we were. It completely slipped my mind. This should last us for some time. It's all preserved just like what was in the cellar. But I don't understand. Who would deliver all of this to you? There should be a book in there as well. So your family? What? Oh, there it is. In the library, he said that his family sends him one book a month. Does that mean this box came from them? Care packages! If so, then why did the person who delivered this leave without speaking to him? What happened between him and his family? Is he there? Is he here because they want him here? Or because he chose to be here? Well, in that case, they're rather kind, giving him a care package every month. Take the book to the library, please. I will bring the rest of the supplies to the cellar. But it's a big box. I'm sure you could use some help carrying it. That won't be necessary. Take the book and go. But... Fine, then stay here. I'll take care of everything. Oh, wait, hold on, please. What is it? You don't have to answer this if you don't want to. And, I'm not trying to pry, but I can't help but be curious. Say what you have to say, please. I was wondering if you could tell me why you live here in this mansion. Why did whoever delivered this box leave before you even opened the door? Could you perhaps be imprisoned here? I told you this the very first day. I am cursed. It's only natural for a cursed man to live in a cursed house. Yes, but that's such a vague answer. I don't understand why you're in the situation you are. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how you feel about it. There's so much I don't know. And I'm not even sure if your curse actually exists. I see. That is a perfectly reasonable doubt from your point of view, having been branded a witch because of your appearance. It would make sense that you would think my curse might be fabricated, or perhaps a metaphor for something else. So we're still going on, Reek. I don't have to look back yet. All right then, come with me. What? Not yet. Okay. I'll show you my curse. As he turned on his heels, the white-haired girl caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a smirk on his face, like the whole thing was some kind of sick joke. It's just censorship for now. I want to double check if it's just when they're talking to each other. Ooh, the only thing that was censored is him talking about his own curse. Interesting. Okay. That smile carved into his mask was far colder than any look of annoyance or rejection. But despite the twinge of nervousness, she still followed after Michel. As much as he might have stood out in a crowd with such height and long hair, His presence was almost entirely eroded away by the darkness. She felt he could simply fade away into nothingness at any moment. Many things are buried here. Huh? Mice, insects, wild cats, and dogs. Have you ever thought it strange how little life there seemed to be around this mansion? You're right. I haven't seen a single creature since I arrived. The only sound you hear is the wind blowing. Now that I mention it, it did seem peculiar. They were all killed by me. Or rather, they lost their lives because of me. You have your answer now. A butterfly fluttered its way into the ruined garden, dancing up and down through the air. Oh, I guess this must be at night. They're going outside. Michel held out a finger before himself, and the butterfly, mistaking it for a branch, drifted down to rest upon it to rest his wings. Oh, Michelle's a Disney princess! Aww! Had the scene stopped there, it would have been a picturesque moment. All that comes in contact with me loses its life. My skin, the breath I exhale, my flesh and blood is poison to all life. But the butterfly's movements began to slow. It spread its wings in one last futile attempt to fight gravity. Oh no! And then, without warning, it shriveled up into a dry husk. No! Poor emo boy. So he's imprisoned in his house by his family because he's Shigaraki Tomura. Got it. It's dead. All dried up and lifeless. Like it's been dead for days. It's like his finger drained all the life out of it. Is this his curse? Is that even possible? But I saw it with my own eyes. If this is his curse, though, it explains much. There are more than just insect and animal corpses buried here, too. Oh, that's him, right? Yeah, there are more than just... But that's all. That's all censored out. Oh. Yeah, sorry. I'm glad you could spell it just from me saying it. Servants who came to visit me long ago are here beneath the ground, under our very feet. That's why the servant leaves before I open the door. Should he touch me, should he get near me, his very life is in danger. Oh, that's why he was hesitating before trying to help her up. No one is interested enough in seeing me to take that risk. No one will have anything to do with me. Nary a soul even wishes to see my face. Now you understand what I meant when I said I would eventually kill you. So that's why you have never once touched me. When I knocked the books down in the library, you didn't offer your hand to help me up, and only one of us ever made contact with the box at the entrance at a time. When I offered you help to carry it, you refused, because you didn't want your finger to accidentally brush against mine. My actions were not out of concern for you. I simply dislike people. Sure, whatever you want to say, edgy boy. I know. He doesn't need all 5 fingers to touch something in order to crumble it. Yeah. His quirk. Other interests mean nothing to me. An odd face you're making. Do you not believe my curse is real? No, I do. It is certainly irrational, inexplicable, unbelievable. But you've shown me more than enough evidence. And I don't believe you're lying to me right now either. In which case, you now understand how dangerous it is to be near me. You said that if you left, you would be killed. But it's been some time since then. If you're careful to cover your tracks, you could make your escape. You do not belong here. He was telling the truth about being cursed. What a cruel burden to have to bear. I can't imagine just how much he's given up on. How many lives he's inadvertently taken. And how he must have felt every time it happened. How much pain that loneliness must have given him. How much despair he must carry in his heart. How much sorrow must be weighing down on him. So, no, I will not leave. I will stay here with you. Leave this place. No, I will not. Why? Oh, he looks sad. Why do you insist upon remaining in this house after learning what I can do? That is her. That is her to a T. She's just like that. You have no reason to stay. Tell me then, why do you try to drive me out? If you don't care for others as you say, if you're not concerned about anyone else, then what does it matter what I do? What does it matter if I die to your curse? You're a very kind-hearted man. Ha! Loser. You've been watching out for me since the day I arrived, doing whatever you can to not inadvertently kill me. To not afflict me with your curse. No. Here's what I think. Here's what I think. No one capable of showing genuine care for others can honestly, truly dislike all people. They can't possibly be indifferent. Well, no one's ever been indifferent towards her, so I guess that makes sense. No, that day we met before the stained glass window, you heard me out. You listened to my plight. You didn't try to chase me out. That day, I thought you to be a good person, and I still believe that. I simply assumed you... Look at his face! I simply assumed you would leave on your own when it was safe. I never thought you would be so foolish as to want to stay in a house like this with a man like me. How does that make me foolish? Do you not value your life? He's like, bitch, why don't you value your life? Get out of here. his angry face is so funny. Are you not afraid of death? Do you not find me unpleasant? Smedge. The thing I fear most is loneliness. You're probably right that by now I could safely sneak away, get myself somewhere far from here. But even if I did, I would inevitably find myself in the same situation. The only way I can avoid that fate is to stay away from everyone, to live in solitude, with no one to talk to. I know you understand how that feels. It terrifies me. I'm afraid of having to spend day after day with no one to talk to, no one to share my experiences, my thoughts, my feelings with. If that's what awaits me out there, then I want to live with you. I want you to be an essential part of my life. Impossible. Please, don't chase me out. You are a cruel girl. Oh, he's sad. Never again will I allow myself to get close to someone, only to watch them die. Never again. My mother was the first. I'm so curious about the censorship here. I have a feeling that the censored stuff is stuff that rings true or really happened, and all of this stuff between them was kind of made up, but I could be wrong. So the stuff about the people dying is real and doesn't want to be remembered. It happened shortly after my birth. Next was my wet nurse. 2 deaths could be considered a coincidence. But as the number rose, it became clear that I was cursed. And I was forbidden from making contact with anyone, even at home. That will kill kids. I'm glad you're alive. Regardless, being in the same house, accidents will happen. Numerous people lost their lives. Attendants unfamiliar with me, or those who simply brushed up against me by mistake. I couldn't take it any longer. So you chose to move here, to this remote mansion, to keep yourself away from your family. Wait, so he's not actually that old? He's been here 10 years, but if all that was happening, he couldn't have been very old when he moved here. Maybe he's closer in age to her than I thought. He looks like an adult, but like, I don't know. They could put him in armor 24/7. I want to see how much censored that was. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. All of this stuff about his curse is so... So you chose to move here, to this remote mansion, to keep yourself away from your family. You weren't imprisoned here. You elected to live alone so you wouldn't hurt anyone. For better or worse, I was born into a noble house. So rather than abandon me, they've provided me the means to live out of sight. I will be very careful. I will do everything I can to ensure no accidents occur, to keep you from being alone again. I will not, for any reason, touch you. You have my promise. Social distancing! They gotta be social distancing! Your curse takes the life of anything you touch. I've been here for a while, and death has not befallen me yet. As long as I do not touch you, there shouldn't be a problem. Also, and, I apologize if this is simply me reading too much into things, but I feel like we're two of a kind. I fear being utterly alone more than anything. And I think you understand just how scary that is. So, why are you so stubbornly insistent on it being me? I'm sure there's someone else out there. Someone you're meant to be with. Yeah, instead of COVID, it's an instant kill quirk that spreads through saliva and blood. But it's just touching. It could even be like his skin oils. I don't know. Someone you're meant to be with. You may not have found them yet, but I believe someone like you eventually will. Because unlike me, you still have the vigor to press forward. It has to be you. I'm certain of it. Why? Because, well, you can't tell me? No, I can, just, please don't get upset with me. I think you're meant to be here. I might really, really love you. Girl! You were like, what, 13? Also, he's probably gonna be like, the fuck are you talking about? We've barely talked. Alright, I think I'm gonna take a teensy break with this creepy music. just because I think I need to refill my water and I'm gonna snack on the bread that my roommate got for me. So, I'll be right back. So, I'll leave you guys with some creepy music, and I guess I might as well charge my charge my, Joy-Con while I'm at it, since it didn't seem to charge correctly last night. So, I'll be right back. See you guys in a little bit. Alright, thank you for waiting. My goodness. That bread is so good. But like, yeah, I have a few bites left, which I just have, just in case there's enough of a pause for me to take a few more bites, but yeah, otherwise. Yeah, I think I've gotten a little bit of a boost. Alright. I got my water all filled up and everything. So, his was a power that evoked images of witches or demons, the unclean and the impure. So yeah, totally. If he wasn't born into a noble house, he would have been straight up murdered. A mere touch was all it took for him to strip man and beast alike of its life. God has quite a cruel streak to bestow such a power upon a beautiful young man. I guess he is pretty young. He doesn't look young, but maybe like all of the solitude has made him and a strange power it was indeed, like something out of a fairy tale. Oops, I forgot to take my left I forgot to take that out in case I need it. Like something confined to words upon the page, it seemed otherworldly, unbelievable. Nonetheless, as he had demonstrated to the white-haired girl, his peculiar powers were indeed real. That said, the world has its fair share of oddities. It just so happens that those curiosities tend to remain hidden away, known only to a few. Although, you have laid eyes upon a number of unusual phenomena yourself, Master. The doors to the past through which we have passed, this very mansion, and, as a matter of fact, the two of us. Now, as you just saw, the white-haired girl found herself enraptured with this man and his accursed power. How do you think Michel acted in response to her proclamation? He had spent so long refusing to interact with others, no, unable to interact with them. As such, he was unsure how to respond. After standing there expressionless for a few moments, he muttered, "I'll consider it." What a loser! What a loser! I love you. I'll consider it. And with that, he returned to his chambers. While he was not someone who wore his heart on his sleeve, I personally do not believe he was completely devoid of emotions. He had simply forgotten how to express them in his extended solitude. So I think he was, in that moment, in a state of complete panic. I would be too. She had, after all, just assaulted him with a stream of incomprehensible declarations. That knowing the truth, she still wished to remain in the mansion, and that knowing the truth, she loved him. The love she had declared for Michel was not a fleeting puppy love. There was genuine tenderness and warmth to her words. But he had gone through his life shunned, feared, pushed away. To him, that was normal. He had never given anyone reason to have any fondness for him, so he found himself utterly unsure how to take the affection she was showing. Of course, he was not the only one rattled by the whole affair. Oh dear. Several days had passed since Michel had asked for time to think. He had yet to show himself again. This is all my fault. The white-haired girl paced anxiously through the halls on the off chance she might run into him. As for his request, though, she kept her distance from his chambers. Nevertheless, she was beginning to worry about the fact that He had secluded himself away for so long, so she worked up her courage and made her way to his room. What if he doesn't want to see me ever again? I didn't consider I might be overstepping my bounds before opening my mouth. Every step she took was slow and laborious. Her mind raced with worry and doubt. I should at least tell him I'm sorry. Rather than out of a desire to know how he felt, she was compelled by guilt and a desire to apologize. After walking for some time, she arrived at a door sitting in an utterly unlit hallway. She drew in a breath of musty air, then let it out, repeating the process several times. Next, she reached her hand up to knock on the door, then pulled back, also doing this a number of times. Oh, how adorable she was. I wanted nothing more than to give her a little nudge. What, you're there? We haven't seen hide nor hair of you. After all, she was too sweet a girl for her worries to be anything but misplaced. If I were her, I would be screaming real loud, I'm getting closer to your bedroom! I like that. I just can't find the courage. I would have, not been able to find the courage to just randomly say I love you at all. Maybe I should come back another day. But what's the point of waiting? I need to apologize and get the weight off his back now. She gathered her courage once more, this time determined she would do it. The white-haired girl moved her small fist toward the door, which then swung open. Ah! I'm sorry. Please, you must announce your presence. I almost walked right into you. Are you in that much of a hurry for a mishap? I'm sorry! And I believe I told you to stay away from my chambers. You did, so I spent a long time debating whether I would, but I decided I really wanted to tell you this. Oh, well, actually, I am truly sorry. What? The other day I could barely manage to get the words in my head all the way to my mouth. There was no room in my mind for anything else. I shoved my own thoughts and feelings in your face, not considering that might not be what you wanted, just running, non-stop, not thinking at all. I was terribly disrespectful to you, completely selfish. You're a kind-hearted man. I truly believe that. But you were only being courteous because you're a nice man. I'm sure you have little interest in the affections of a queer little girl. So, I would love it if I could stay here. It would be a wonderful blessing. But if you really don't want me here, if my feelings are imposing upon you, then I apologize. I'm sorry, and I'll take my leave of this house. I'm sorry. Don't be. My mind went blank for a moment. He's so cute. What? I find it difficult to comprehend you. The other day you were firm in your intentions to stay, and now you say you'll leave without a struggle. You holed up in your room for so long that I thought, you didn't want me around. To be honest, I want to stay here, I do. I think you should do whatever pleases you. Huh? You can stay, or you can leave. I will not pressure you to do one or the other. So, I'm not imposing? To tell you the truth, I had to think about that for some time. However, I have now come to something of a solution. Since you're here, come into my room. What? But I thought I wasn't allowed to prevent what almost happened a few moments ago, so we don't accidentally run into each other. Sorry. You're forgiven. Now come in. Okay. Is this a necklace? If that's what it looks like to you, then I suppose that means I succeeded. What? Oh, check backlog. Okay, thank you. What? Okay. What? Is that the only thing that... For now. Well, that's creepy. You're forgiven. Now come in. Okay. Is this a necklace? Pick it up. Ah, it has a little bell. Oh, she's like a sheep or a cow. It's adorable. Please make an effort to wear that while you just like the collars you put on cats to scare birds away is just so he knows that she's coming close. It's so fucking extra. Because it's so dark, there will always exist the risk that we might accidentally bump into one another. You can open a curtain! You know, you never explained why it has to be so dark in here. I tried to come up with a way to reduce that risk. Does that mean you didn't leave your room because you were working on this? That's right. What other reason would I have? Need some sound. Yeah. I think most people would assume it was because they had put you in a bad mood or that you didn't want to see them. Yeah, even with light, yeah. Oh, they could be around the corner and bump without being able to see even with light. That is true. I have little sense of how most people see the world. Sorry. I appreciate it, though. I'm really glad to know that you put so much thought into a life together with me. It would be difficult not to, after the other day. I'm so happy right now. I can't think of any better word to describe it. I couldn't be happier. You're being dramatic. To tell you the truth, I feel a little bad about it. Why? It seems rather impertinent to affix a bell to someone. Yeah, I was about to say, this is a little... You're not livestock, you're a person. I know, I was just thinking that, like... Exactly, this is what I was thinking, like, At least he's self-aware. That's why you turned it into a necklace? Thank you very much. I'll keep it on me at all times. I really, truly appreciate it, Lord Michel. Don't call me Lord, please. Alright then, I wonder if that's... None of this has been censored. How interesting. I'll just call you Michel. And will you please call me Giselle? The windows... Oh. The images are slithering into my head, replacing memories before they can surface. Stop! Uh-oh! Ruh-roh! This is a little concerning. Images are slithering into my head, replacing memories before they can surface. Stop. Is that another indication that this isn't true? The windows. What? If we could open the windows... Never mind. I was just thinking that you wouldn't need the bell if We could get some light in here. They can't be opened? They're rusted shut. All the windows have been shuttered for as long as I've been here. I assume you had boarded them all up. That was done long before I ever arrived. After so many years here, though, I hardly consider it an inconvenience anymore. Oh, I thought he was in the dark on purpose. It also serves to repel wanderers. Oh, really? Is there something odd about that? No. It's just, I realized that I had the wrong impression about a number of things. As I learn more, I see things in a different light. See you in a different light. And I'm sure there's still plenty more for me to learn. Of all the people I have ever met, you are perhaps the most difficult to predict. Not only do you have no aversion to the darkness, The dark has always been a close friend of mine. Which isn't to say I dislike the sun. Its light can simply be a bit too strong for me. I'm like some kind of unholy monster that can't be exposed to sunlight. You are anything but unholy. My name would suit you much better than me. Ah, low battery. Fine. That day when So that is Giselle, the silhouette in the bedroom. But also, what is with this crunching flesh noise? Or like rope tightening? That day, when I first saw Giselle, I was wary of her, apprehensive. I didn't want her anywhere near me, but as my doubts about her faded, I began feeling something very different, as though the lump in my heart had been melted away. I began to yearn for her to be at my side, knowing full well it couldn't possibly last, knowing full well how foolish it was. I found myself captivated by her. I found myself wishing to have her stay with me. Okay, I bet there was plenty of backlog there. What a beautiful story. Much better than the real thing, is it not, my dear? Yeah, I had a feeling this was fake. I skipped something? What did I skip? Something else that's suspicious? I know, I saw it. I was just, Oh, you were just referring to this. Yeah, I was going back to it. I was just seeing if there was anything else. What a beautiful story. Much better than the real thing, is it not, my dear? I don't want to be told a fake story. Interesting that when all of that, like, uh, uh, zapping and bapping and glitching was going on, there's, like, nothing wrong with this. That marked the true beginning of their quiet days together in the dark mansion. They acknowledged and accepted each other's presence, no longer isolating themselves, but actively, regularly conversing. As mundane as it might seem, it was something they had been unable to attain until then. Nevertheless, they were still somewhat fumbling around in the dark with one another, drawing closer and pushing away again. Michel, in his own ungraceful way, was beginning to open himself up to the things she said, and the white-haired girl was beginning to smile with greater frequency. They had taken to dining together, and her wish of learning to read was being granted. He taught her in the feeble light of a candle placed upon the table, the two sitting across from one another. Though Michel seemed to be well educated, he had not been instructed in the art of teaching, and he found the process quite grueling. But to the white-haired girl, the longer it took, the better. Her primary objective was, after all, to spend time with him. The days passed, and eventually she reached the point where her comprehension was adequate enough without assistance. Her next request then was for them to read through a book together. Wouldn't that require you two to be rather close to each other? Have you read every book in the library? No. I stopped looking at them after a while. Most everything I'm sent is dull, uninformative dreck. The Diary of a Lord, foolish make-believe tales. You're not fond of fiction, I take it? What value is there in the lies and fantasies of another? Stories can be invigorating. Tales of adventure can take you to places you could never go. Legends of heroes, folklore, stories of otherworldly phenomena. They can be terrifying and they can be exhilarating. They may not be real, but they give you a little glimpse into the author's heart. Let you feel like you're seeing the same thing that they saw. So you're saying this from people reading out loud to you, right? Because you've never read a book before. You are a very empathetic girl. Fiction inspires nothing of the sort in me. However, perhaps long ago, it may have been able to, though I can no longer remember what that feels like. I'm sure it'll come back to you. You're not an empty man. Sorry, I'm making you uncomfortable again. How about we read this book today? It appears to be a collection of legends. You haven't read this one yet, then? That's good to hear. It'll be more enjoyable if it's a new experience for the both of us. It looks like it's a record of local legends. I'm just seeing if... Yeah. I'm sure it'll come after you. Interesting. Only one. So there's some truth in that about him reading. The book is divided into several sections, though it appears to be mostly superstitions. I am curious what kind of stories this area has. The two of them were looking down at a simple, undecorated volume. As the white-haired girl had said, it seemed to be a collection of local legends passed down generation to generation. They sat across from one another at the table, her turning the pages, and Michel simply watching so as not to brush against her. So he was reading upside down? Eventually, her eyes were drawn to a particular word on one of the pages, bringing her hands to a stop. The witch. That chapter detailed the story of a witch, or, more precisely, said witch's curse. The story went something like this. There once was a witch, skilled in the dark arts. She lived a meager, but peaceful life alongside the other villagers. But then, a long, long drought struck the village, which the people blamed on the witch. The witch was sentenced to death, And as the fire blazed around her, smoke rose high in the air. The smoke soon became rain clouds, blessing the village with an end to the drought. The crops were revitalized, and the villagers fancied themselves heroes. However, the rain also brought madness upon the people. Though the earth below them was lush and fertile, the villagers were losing their minds, and they eventually began to take each other's lives. The witch still lived on, in the form of a curse. Many fell victim to the witch's curse. Though it did not only take, it also fulfilled people's desires. The villagers had gone mad, but their wish for freedom from the drought had been granted. You know, it just occurred to me. Maybe the white-haired girl, her personality here reflecting the personality of the other white-haired girls, maybe that's the lie, and like what we originally saw in that mirror with the Giselle with a different personality, maybe that was true. But she came in with a carriage. She wasn't running from people trying to kill her for being a witch. Yeah, maybe maybe that's not it. All right. Thus, the legend has been passed down as follows. The witch will grant your wish in exchange for great sacrifice. Well, that sounds familiar, don't it? As smoke in the sky, she watches down upon us from above. So, like, I guess that was certainly true for, Maria. As smoke in the sky, she watches down upon us from above. To reach the witch, climb for the heavens, but know that that road is a road to destruction. People still believe the witch's legend even now, I suppose. And that's why I face accusations of being a witch. This is not an area very welcoming to outsiders, especially one who stands out as much as you. What brought you to this region in the first place? Mine is a story I'm sure you've heard before. I was cast out of my house. I come from a very poor family. We could barely even afford to keep everyone fed. Being as weak as I am, it was only natural that I would be the first to go. I see. What I don't understand, though, is why the witch is said to grant people's wishes. That is to say, she had reason enough to hold a grudge, but not to give people things they asked for. All we have to go on is a few pages. There's no saying what might have been changed or added over time, and it's almost certain the entire legend isn't written here. That said, if we are to accept everything as written, you can infer what the witch's reason might have been. And that is, if you truly want that much, you can have it, but I'll make certain your suffering outweighs it. Yeah, that seems to track. Despair that comes after a moment of happiness is far more agonizing than despair alone. That's been like the theme of all of this so far, hasn't it? I presume that is why the witch decided to grant people's wishes. That is one way to look at it. May I ask you something? Go on. When I first arrived here, you told me that a cursed witch used to live in this mansion. After reading this legend, I'm now finding it hard to believe you made that up simply to scare me away. I appropriated the tale, nothing more. It is said the witch was born in this house. What? quite the place my family found for me. But it was a clever decision putting me here, I think, because people were already avoiding it. Not many people are likely to come near a house with such a pedigree. But no, never mind. That makes sense. I suspect I know what she was going to say then. If the witch is said to grant wishes, then wouldn't that also attract people who so desperately want something they do not care what price they must pay? And perhaps she was correct. Perhaps there had been those who had come to the mansion chasing after the legend, and perhaps they had encountered Michel, touched him, and lost their lives. On that day in the garden, he had said, this is the maid who's been talking. Many things are buried here. Perhaps that included such visitors. I wonder if that story might be more than mere superstition. If the Witch of Legend really did exist, what would you do? I'm curious now. Curiosity again. Is this all fake? Yeah. But her past was real. The witch is also censored. It might be nice to talk to her, maybe. That's all, really. I feel a little bad for her, though. The only people who ever visit her are there to ask for something, after all. I can only imagine just how lonely that must be. I swear, I cannot comprehend the way your mind works. Sorry. Although, if we assume the legend is true, I have an idea what climb to the heavens might mean. Climb for the heavens might mean going up the tower! Oh? The mansion has an observation tower. Or, I suppose, what used to be an observation tower. At any rate, it is quite a tall structure. This is the house where the witch was supposedly born. A tower reaching for the heavens. Seems like the perfect place to find her if she really is here. Oh yes, I remember seeing a rather tall structure as I first approached the mansion. Would you like to see it? Of course. Please lead the way. The two of them left the library and made their way to the room with the stained glass window. I'm suspicious. At the far end of that room were the stairs to the observation tower. The tale of the witch had piqued the white-haired girl's interest, inspiring her to put herself forward to satisfy that curiosity. She had, after all, been accused of being a witch herself, so she undoubtedly felt an affinity to the legend. What a sweet girl she was. With Michel in the lead, the two climbed a long, long spiral staircase. There were many more stairs than the white-haired girl had anticipated, and she soon found herself short of breath. Rectangular windows were carved out of the stone in regular intervals. Peering through one of them, she could see a village in the distance. A pleasantly cool, high-altitude breeze brushed across her face. After much climbing, they finally arrived at the top, where a door made of partially rotted wood stood. Michel pulled open the door, revealing a small room with no windows or doors in sight. I knew it! It's the... I was thinking it's gotta be like that room from the legend. The fairy tale from the very first door. This is the top of the tower? You had a nightmare with this room this week? Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. Oh no. This is the top of the tower? Despite it being called an observation tower, you could hardly observe anything from there. Her face contorted in confusion, the white-haired girl threw her gaze about the room. Glancing up, she saw only a darkened ceiling, and slightly below it a single, small window, through which shone a little ray of light. The beam cleaved through the darkness like the sharpened blade of a beautiful sword. The darkness draped over the rest of the room only served to make more impressive that solitary ray of light. It had a magical, fairy tale quality to it. As if being pulled in by it, she drew toward the light. I suspect there was once a large window in this room. If you look closely, you can see the seams in the stone of the wall. The color of the stone differs slightly on either side of the seams. I presume something caused them to seal off the window after it was built. Oh, you dream a lot, and when you read something that has impact on me, sometimes that happens. I could... yeah. Of course. Although I don't know what that something might be. The first time we're seeing her. Ooh! When Michelle's eyes fell upon the white-haired girl wrapped in that beam of light, he sputtered to a stop. The man who never flinched at anything, who had long since distanced himself from such stirrings of the heart, was utterly bewitched. He had never seen her illuminated so vividly before, and he was having a great deal of trouble finding the words to describe her striking beauty, and she does look young. For someone who had been chased out of her home and accused of being a witch, the white-haired girl looked less like a practitioner of the dark arts and more like one of the hosts of heaven. Michel undoubtedly felt the same way, for his gaze was affixed firmly upon her. Dazzling, isn't it? Like a staircase leading to heaven. Yes, perhaps so. She's so cute. Is something the matter? No, I'm fine. You know, it feels like there's something odd in the air here. It feels like someone actually might be listening. Whoops, sorry. If the witch were to speak to you, what would you say to her? I would ask her to tell me her true feelings, tell me what kind of person she was, and what kind of pain she had to endure. I just want to know what she felt. This woman people branded a witch. The legend was written from a neutral perspective. It's possible she was a fearsome witch. It's also possible she wasn't. I get the feeling she was just persecuted, like me. Like me and you. Unlike you, I truly am impure. Disagree all you want, but my touch kills. I'm a strange, incomprehensible, irrational creature. Or maybe I'm not even a living being. And that's why when I touch something that is, I bring them death. And also, is it true that you don't eat? Is it? Wait, they were taking meals together. I guess he does actually eat. If only I actually were a witch. If only I actually had some kind of extraordinary power. Yeah, he was joking. He receives food every month. Yeah, but I was almost thinking like his family didn't realize that that he doesn't need food and that they just keep sending it. And they don't know any better because they don't exchange letters, and that there was just this huge store of food that she had eaten her way through. But he was just joking. Gotcha. Regardless of whether it came from God or the devil. He used to eat before he came here. Yeah. True. I guess, yeah, he was just joking. Then I would be able to grant people's wishes. My wish need not be granted. But it's what I want too. I wish to be able to touch you. I would be perfectly content with nothing changing, with us never being able to touch one another. I would be more than happy with that. But I'm allowed to dream, aren't I? It doesn't have to be in this life. I pray the day will come that we can get closer, even if it has to happen in another life. Happiness is very much a stranger to me, but am I allowed to dream too? You are. I will never touch you, I swear it, but I would like to dream about it. I would like to imagine placing my hand upon your cheek. You can. Reach your hand out for me. Well, y'all are getting pretty close. I will imagine it too. I'm imagining your fingers running through my hair, brushing up against my skin. I can feel your warmth. There was a wall between them, a wall they could not cross. Or if they did... Oh, okay. Whoa! Oh my god, this entire conversation was X'd out, so it actually did happen. Whoa! Whoa, hello? Did I miss any? Or is this the first one of the new text? So is this the start of it? Go on. What's the matter? No, that's the most I can. So I might have to go back a bit because it might have gotten eaten. Because it only goes up a certain amount. And the rest of the text gets eaten. Oh man. Well, since I'm not really sure how to rewind, or I saved quite a whiles back. Yeah, could you type it up or copy paste it? Thank you. The one that's before this part. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, thank you for going through the effort, though. I appreciate it. I will munch on my bread then. Okay. Okay. All right. As a bit of an aside, I'd like to share with you a little fact of life, my dear. Humans have a far greater capacity to hurt, betray, and forsake than they do to love, trust, and protect them. And that's precisely what the majority of people do. Is that it? Yes, I believe you know, good and well, that no matter how much you may trust someone, they're still going to abandon you in the end. Uh-oh! No! What the heck? My dear friend, the two of us have much more in common with each other than anyone else. We both suffered at each other's hands, and we both deserve to have our vengeance. Yo! What? It's kind of in the middle of their, talking. But yeah, this is the first one that I'm at. All right, so we're caught up. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. That was really sweet of you, Enrique. Thank you. Go on. What's the matter? Make this tale into your reality. Surrender yourself in this moment to this beautiful story, and remain here in the mansion with Giselle. Watch in this moment, this dream. Who are you? Well, that's a surprise. You actually have a conscious mind. And are you aware of who you are? You know nothing. Who are you? Someone you once spent a great deal of time with. I must say, I'm impressed you made it back here, my dear. Your soul was ground into dust. Yo, what? It will all come back to you eventually, and then I will be there with you again, my dear, whispering into your ear for centuries to come. Yo, what? And this time I will not fail. I'll mold your soul into the same shape as mine. Yo, what? What wonderful little show these puppets are putting on for us, wouldn't you say? Giselle? Giselle? Indeed, that is Giselle. The white-haired girl standing there is Giselle. We once read a book together. It was by the fireplace. Yo, this is so cool. You did not. Those memories are false. Books belong in the library. Why would they be by the fireplace? You know, you might want to bring a book there and cozy up with it. You never know. Ground into dust. Curse them. Slaughter them. Revile them. Inflict eternal suffering on all their souls. Take revenge on the fools who laughed as we agonized. Yo, that's wild. Hi, Cece. Or if they did, it would mean the white-haired girl's death. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could not touch one another, and so they did so within the confines of their imagination, envisioning it in as much detail as they could manage. It was sad but sweet, a moment of pristine, untainted beauty. The two of them emanated serenity. Well, the painting warned us that anything like that is fake. Oh, hey! Congratulations! That's super cool! It feels like you two are getting through this real fast. That's cool. Y'all are so good at video games. Oh shit, Cece. Okay. I think Enrique is suffering enough. Yeah, just reading this again right away. As fitting as the word cursed might have been to the mansion as a whole, P7S looks like it's terrifying. Or just from the normal battle alone, I feel like it's going to be terrifying, so good luck. As fitting as the word cursed might have been to the mansion as a whole, at the top of the observation tower, a pure bond was being shared. It's fake! It's fake! At the top of the a fleeting moment between a young man with a cursed touch and a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. The dream did not last long, no, for God is quite cruel. They simply wanted to be together, that was all. Their wish was hardly unreasonable. Only a quiet, peaceful life together. That also seems to be a recurring theme, doesn't it? But misfortune was creeping ever nearer, its footsteps growing more and more pronounced. Knocking at the door? Is someone at the door? The flow of time was hazy within the mansion's walls. They had little way of telling whether it was night or day, preventing them from knowing exactly how much time had passed. The white-haired girl had made a habit of climbing the observation tower every so often to see whether the sun was up, which allowed her to approximate the time of day. Consequently, when she heard the knock on the door, she was not aware just how deep the night was outside, that forest and beast alike lay quietly at rest. Oh, right, the stores in the cellar are almost exhausted. It must be this month's delivery. Not thinking it was worth bothering Michelle over, she made her way out of her chambers and headed for the entrance. No! There had only been a single knock. Leading her to conclude that, as before, the servant had simply left the box outside the door. So without a second thought, she opened the door, and there she saw a strange, vagrant man standing in the moonlight. Oh boy. His clothes were tattered, his bearded face bony and emaciated. She gasped, shrinking back several paces. The heavy door began to swing shut, but the man forced it open, glaring down at her with unfocused eyes and mumbling, "Are you the witch that'll grant people's wishes?" It was in that moment that the white-haired girl realized she had been careless. The man sought out the mansion because he believed the legend of the witch. And he did not seem particularly right of mind either, perhaps a result of wandering through the forest for several days, or it was because he was so beaten down that he thought to ask for a witch's help. In a word, he seemed mad. No, there is no witch here." "Sure there is. Don't you lie to me. I can hear the witch's voice. She led me to this house." I promise you there isn't. Now please be on your way." "Have you any idea how long it took to find this place? How many days I've gone without food or water, and you're telling me to get lost?"
I don't know what you want from me. I'm happy to give you a little food, so please."
"Is there really no witch?"
"There's no witch here. It's nothing but a legend. If she does exist, she doesn't live here."
"I see. And that means you're just an ordinary person." "Just a person, just a girl. So there ain't a thing you can do."
No! Get away from me! What are you doing?"
"Why waste time waiting for you to get me a little grub when I can just take it all? I'm starving here. I'm so hungry I could eat human."
You're about to commit a grievous sin. Are you not ashamed to act in defiance of God?"
"God? If I believed in God, I would have come... What, would I come begging to a witch? I don't fear him, and I sure as hell don't fear people. Who's gonna show up to a house in the middle of nowhere? Who's gonna call me out? Who's gonna stop me? No one, that's who. No one's gonna stop me, and no one's gonna offer me salvation." "Ah, there's a thought. You're a woman, so before I kill you..." "What are you doing?" "What? There are other people here?" The white-haired girl lay pinned on the floor beneath the yelling bandit, pleading for help with her ruby eyes. As soon as Michel grasped the situation, he tossed his candlestick and leapt for the man. A candlestick gave a sharp clang when it hit the floor. The impact extinguished the flame, bringing the mansion to near perfect darkness. Something glinted in the bandit's hand, and then, without hesitation, he thrust it at Michel.
Michel!
How stupid must you be to come at me unarmed? In his hand, the man held a knife, its tip dripping with Michel's blood. Red spilled from the gash in his arm, the flow growing heavier with each passing moment. "You're the only other person here, by the looks of it, eh? Perfect, I'll take you both out." "You... what? You don't appear to know whose house you tried to break into." "What are you on about? Forget your ignorance to your very last breath. You're messed up in the head, you madman. Stay the hell back. Take one more step and..." hand emoji. Hand. The grabbing emote. Hands coming out. Wait, I think I have them on 7TV. Let me let me see here. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. I inherited the witch's curse. Let go! Michel clutched the man's face in one hand. The man raised his knife to strike back, but... What's happening? The strength drained from his fingers, the knife falling to the floor. The man writhed in Michelle's grip. My face! I can't breathe! Leave this place immediately, though you won't get far afflicted with my curse. Helpless to fight back, nay, helpless to even consider fighting back, the bandit fled from the mansion in terror. In his wake, only the white-haired girl and a bleeding Michelle remained. I just saw a man's life drained from him. His face withering away, sucked completely dry. I didn't doubt him, but dear God, that was quite disturbing for you, I'm sure. No, not at all. It's my fault anyway if I hadn't been so careless. Oh, your arm! We need to get that wrapped up. Please, do not touch me. You mustn't touch me. The wound is hardly fatal. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. No, a degree of blame falls on me for not saying anything, for saying nothing. Next time someone comes to the door, let me know. I'm sorry. Please, you don't need to apologize. Well, yes? For once, I'm actually proud of myself. Proud that I could use this terrible ability of mine to do something more than just take life. To protect someone I care about. So, like I said, please don't apologize. All right, thank you. Michelle? I'm glad you're here. I care about you too. Thank you. Had the flame of Michelle's candle not gone out when he threw it to the floor, he would have seen a heartfelt smile on the white-haired girl's face, and she would have seen a flush of red and an awkward smile on Michelle's normally blank face. That would have been so adorable, but also so fake, right? Oh my gosh. Damn, I don't think any of that actually happened, huh? He also might have seen a little glimmer on her cheek, or a few drops of no! Or a few drops of his blood had landed, but alas, they had no light. I know this is fake, but The collapse of their happiness came slowly. Oh no, it blew up? Oh, that means I gotta mess with the settings. It's supposed to not blow up. But I think I've been too tired to scream. Oh, it went silent. Oh. Maybe the filters are a little too... Yeah, maybe I gotta mess with the filters a little bit. It cut off my scream. Like, I don't want it to do that either, particularly, you know? I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out some other time. Yeah, exactly. Just when I scream. Well, I guess I'll have to scream more to, practice to test my microphone. Alright. Perhaps it was because she had touched his blood instead of his skin, but the deterioration of the white-haired girl's health crept along at a relaxed pace. The life was not sucked out of her in the blink of an eye, as it had been from the bandit. When I scream really loud, it completely cuts off. Yeah, that's not exactly what I want to happen either, so I'll have to mess with my filters. She merely grew progressively less and less healthy. Amidst her physical decay, she was bestowed with one blessing, her beauty remaining untouched. But as far as blessings went, surely there were others she could have been granted. Could God not have picked something a little better for her? By the time the two of them realized what was happening, it was already too late. The white-haired girl had grown so weak she could hardly leave her bed. Yes. Oh, are you there? I am. Thank goodness. I can't see very well anymore. How could this happen? I thought I had saved you, but no. I did the exact opposite. Please, don't talk that way. You did save me that day. But you're on the cusp of death now, and it's my fault. Because of this curse I bear. How? How could this happen? Why did this have to happen? What am I? Why was I given this body? Michelle, can I, ask you a favor? Go ahead. Stay with me, please. As much as you can, until the very end. I was going to do as much anyway. Thank you. I'm happy, Michelle. Happier than I have ever been. And I mean that. You didn't just save my life. You saved me. I've been saved, but only me. I wonder how he'll handle things when I'm gone. If only I hadn't opened the door that day. I wouldn't be leaving him all alone. And we could be happy together for even longer. Yes? Would you please hold my hand? I think it's probably safe now. I will not. I cannot touch you. If I do, I might take what remains of your life. Take your beauty away and force you to die hideous. I cannot touch you. Should I check backlog? I figured. With the flash of red. What? No, this is a lie. Is that it? Yeah. Yeah, this isn't real. It's a lie. This isn't... What happened? Oh. I cannot touch you. Dark. Dark. It's dark. How long has it been dark here? How long have I been in the darkness? It's so cold here. Freezing. Where could she have gone? Where could she, Giselle, yes. Her smile shines so bright it can cast away the darkness. I must take her hand. She's been calling for me for so long. Take her hand? But I'm cursed. That would kill her. No. This is a lot. This is all a lie. No, this is all a lie. Ooh, creepy. Huh. Found here. Oh no, did the people come to burn the witch? It's over, no more hidden text. Oh, okay. Wow, well that was cool. On his way back from the washroom several days later, Michelle heard muffled voices. He got it? All good. He was having trouble making out what they were saying, but he could tell it was several men, and they were outside the front door. The fact that he could hear them at all through the heavy door meant they were probably shouting quite loudly. An indescribable sense of uneasiness came over him. Dread. He drew nearer to the door and focused on the voices on the other side. They grew clearer, enough for him to make out what the men were saying. Everything's in place. We're ready to kill this witch now. I knew it. This is definitely the place. That half-dead bandit said she was in this mansion. Listen well, no matter what we find in there, we kill it. It could be a child for all I care. That doesn't change anything. Kill the witch. Kill the witch. Kill the witch. Kill the witch. This is all a lie too, right? Yeah. What he heard beyond the door was a group of men shouting for the death of the witch. In that moment, Michel regretted his decision to let the bandit go free and not watch over him until the moment of his demise. He must have made his way down to the village in search of help, where he revealed what he had found at the mansion. Damn it! But it was too late. Regret would solve nothing. He could neither stop the villagers from raiding the house, nor could he stop the white-haired girl from dying to the effects of his curse. He was helpless to do anything. The gears of his fate had locked him onto a path of tragedy, and were turning mercilessly onward. The men had begun trying to break down the door with what sounded like a battering ram. While the first strike was not enough to breach the barrier, it was still quite powerful. He was certain it would not hold for long. Michel's mind raced. Was there anything he could do about this predicament? How could he escape from the corner he had been backed into? Despite his possessing inhuman powers, he would be powerless against a full mob of adult men. The villagers almost certainly came armed as well. Michel! A weak voice came from behind him. Aghast, he spun around to find the white-haired girl stumbling toward him. She breathed heavily, leaning against columns for support. What are you doing out here? You'll only worsen your condition by exerting yourself. I had a sinking feeling, and I heard noises on my way here. It seems that I have brought all my misfortune upon you. Don't say that. If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. You never would have been in any danger. Please, Michel, hand me over to the men outside. Absolutely not. I will do no such thing. They're here for the witch, aren't they? I'm guessing they're the same people who were chasing me before. The village had a poor harvest this year, I hear, like the village in the legend, and they believe it's the witch's curse. But you're not a witch! They need someone to fill the role, though. So please, hand me over, then escape on your own. I could never. Please, Michel. I'm the one who's cursed, not you. And you want me to hand you over? What would I have left then? Nothing. Not a thing. I would have nothing. After so long, I finally found someone who isn't afraid of me, who won't run. I have no interest in a world that would take you away from me, make me live alone once more. To hell with such a world. Michel. Would you be willing to die with me? If that's what you wish, then stay with me until the very end. I probably wanted to hear that just as much as him. No, not probably. I did. I wanted to have someone at my side as much as him. It's so lonely not having anyone. To live alone, to die alone. To not have anyone watching over you. For no one to even know you're dead. I simply wanted someone to tell me they're here for me. To be there, to hold my hand,
How wonderful that would be. The sense of utter relief it would bring would be enough to cast away all the pain, to allow me to accept all our suffering. So please, tell me you'll... Michelle and the white-haired girl chose to spend their final moments at the top of the observation tower. They could hear the crash of the battering ram against the door, the shouts of the men, and their stomping feet. But despite all that, the ray of light shining through the little window was as beautiful as always. The room's air of serenity remained unimpeached. After the long climb to the top, the white-haired girl was terribly out of breath. Michel considered several times offering her his hand, but the possibility that doing so might rob her of her last scraps of life stayed his hand. But you don't want her to die getting stabbed to death, right? Or burned. You should touch her right before they get in there. It sounds like they broke down the door. I'm glad we made it up here when we did. I'm so sorry for asking this of you. Don't be. I would have chosen here for my final moments as well. This is the one place in this mansion with any sunlight. The one place I can get a good look at you. Thank you. I'm truly glad that I was able to end up here. That I was able to meet you. And more than anything, you said you cared about me. Have I managed to become an essential part of your life? Do you even need to ask? I wouldn't be here otherwise. I feel the same way as you. I'm sure of it. Two of us are more similar than you probably care to admit. Can I ask you one more thing? Go on. Would you embrace me? This is to be the end. This is to be my last chance. And I don't want it to end without having been able to touch you. Please don't refuse me this, Michelle. Just do it, please. I won't keep you waiting long. Thank you. The truth is, I always wanted this. I dreamed of being able to hold you. I dreamed of it too. Thank you. I'm so very... She's still so beautiful. What a cruel joke. Could you not have given us some other miracle? One that would allow us both to survive? Where are you? Where'd you get off to? I can't find her, damn it. Hey, there's some stairs over here. They lead up. Beneath the single ray of light, the white-haired girl lay completely still. Not even a frail sigh escaped her closed lips. She remained as gorgeous as ever. It was as though she had simply fallen asleep in the sunlight. Looking down upon her, Michel determined to do one thing. I will not allow anyone to sully the sight. He gave a fleeting glance back at her pristine corpse, then opened the door and stepped through it alone. He would protect that room where she lay. Hey, there's someone up here. So this is where you've been hiding, you infernal witch. Wait, that's not the girl. The raucous sound of their footsteps rang up from below. Shortly thereafter, the men themselves came into view. As he had expected, they were heavily armed. He glowered at the men, and sucked in a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, I am the witch you seek. I have inherited her curse, and it is I who brings calamity upon you. You hear that?
But he's a man or woman, it doesn't matter. Death to anyone who has ties to the witch. Cleanse this earth of all impurity. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Michel did not flinch at the sight of the men. He stood unyielding between them and the door. He did not flinch when they raised their weapons against him, nor when... Ow! They pierced his body. Ow! Die and take your curse with you. I have no need for this life any longer. It's all yours. I am cursed to kill even that which I wish to protect. But at the very least, I can protect one thing before my life is done. Not even one of you will leave this place. Wither and die by my curse. The blood, spilling from his skewered body, flowed down the stairs, down and down like a little river, soaking the feet of every single man who had stormed the mansion. This was the last thing he saw before the final grains of life slipped between his fingers, which brought a faint smile to his lips. Oh, they straight up Romeo and Julieted it. Ah, man. Ah. Neither of them had expected what happened next, though, for God has a most twisted sense of humor. This is so Romeo and Juliet. Jesus. The white-haired girl had not miraculously passed away without being robbed of her beauty. Why am I still alive? She had, rather, not passed away at all. Quite cruel of him, was it not? Michel, just for old time's sake. This is all... this is all fake. Where have you gone, Michel? Michel? I smell blood. This is so Romeo and Juliet. For had he allowed her to die, she would not have been made to witness the scene that awaited her. No, no. And I'm sure you know just what it was she laid eyes upon in that moment. The ravaged corpse of her beloved, a torrent of blood streaming down, down, down the spiral staircase, and the sickening stench it raised. No, why? And his was not the only body. The villagers who had salted the mansion had been subjected to his curse, the life drained from their withered shells. Why did this? Michel, why? Why am I the only one still alive? That is a question I cannot answer either. Perhaps his curse did not affect those he loved, as terribly cruel as that might be. I cannot say. Why, you said we would go together. A world without you has no meaning. Had she actually expended her life there in the room at the top of the tower, perhaps this tale could have had a happy ending. She would have at least been able to have the man she loved at her side until her very last moments upon this earth. But that was not what had transpired. She had survived, been left utterly alone. I felt a profound pity for the miserable girl, so I called out to her. Were you actually there the whole time? The witch Morgana? So, the witch was the maid the whole time. I should have known something was freaking up with this. With all of this. Morgana's the witch? I mean... Oh my god, but... The maid doesn't seem to be in control of, like, everything. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Okay, what? Well, we just gotta deal with this. The witch Morgana.
Would you like to see him once more? What? I have the power to help you meet him again. Who's there? Where are you? You know what they call this mansion. So, who do you suppose remains on these grounds? No way. You're from the legend. You actually exist. Now, I asked you a simple question. Would you like to see him again? The witch grants people's wishes, but at a price. I said I wouldn't ask her for assistance if I met her, but that's all changed. Now that I've lost him, if it's truly possible, then yes, I want to see him. Bring him back to life. Regrettably, I cannot directly meddle with the forces of life and death. However, I can guarantee you this. Your reconstruction. Oh! Reconstruction? Correct. To ensure that you remain as yourself in future lives and are not reborn as someone else. Your body and mind shall be reconstructed, as shall his. Yeah, reconstruction as opposed to reincarnation. Yeah, it is cool that you are exactly the same person when you reincarnate. If you sincerely wish to reunite with one another, you genuinely need each other in your lives, you will eventually meet again. All I can promise you is eternal reconstruction. What you make of it is up to you. You want to see him again, don't you? You want to hear his voice again, don't you? You want to feel his hand on your cheek once more, don't you? If that's what you want, then you must remain who you are. If you are simply reborn, that wouldn't be you. So there wouldn't be any point, would there? Me, as I am, and he, as he is. Make up your mind quickly. I will not wait long. I want to see him again. As you wish, sweet little girl. I shall grant you both eternal reconstruction, and pray with all my heart that you can attain true happiness. Shortly thereafter, the white-haired girl took her own life. She decided she had nothing to gain by remaining in the present time, and that in order to reunite with Michelle, she needed to make her way to her next life. And thus, the mansion was left bereft of a master, to travel slowly through the ages until someone came along to give it life once more. But an unfathomable amount of time has passed, and the two have still yet to reunite. Have they, Master? You know now who you are, do you not? You remember everything now, do you not? You were present in every single era, the reason for which is as I described in the previous tale. Because you yearned to be reunited with someone. But that person never showed up in any era. And poor, sweet you, having no memory of any of that, lived those lives with other men. Wait, I'm the white-haired girl? I kept thinking I was Michelle this whole time. Is it any surprise misfortune befell those eras, then? The door swung closed. Oh, so I'm supposed to be the white-haired girl. I totally thought I was Michelle the whole time. The door swung closed, but rather than outside,
You and the maid were inside the dull, monochrome room at the top of the observation tower. All right, keep going. Okay. The awe-inspiring ray of light shone not through the lone window high upon the stone wall. Wrapped in a curious, impenetrable darkness, you both stood alone in the room. The maid wore a gentle, but brittly cold smile as she looked straight at you. It is not your fault. Misfortune befell you. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were always so kind, so pure of heart. You had boundless trust for others and the goodness of people. You are the very image of all that is right. There is no greater misfortune than someone as pure and beautiful as you, being mercilessly thrown into the grinding gears of tragedy again and again. I still pity you for everything you had to go through. You poor, poor soul. You must be utterly exhausted, constantly betrayed, the man you were waiting for never appearing. After so long, your spirit worn down to the bone, you lost any and all awareness of who you even were. Who were you hoping to find wandering into this illusory mansion, cut off from the real world? You and I are the only ones here. The man you seek is nowhere to be found. Have you still not figured it out? Then allow me to tell you everything. I am the cursed witch Morgana, who haunts this mansion. I'd finally gathered that. And you are the tragic plaything of fate, the white-haired girl named Giselle. Did my calling you master confuse you? If so, then I apologize. My habit of calling the master or mistress of the house master is quite deeply ingrained. And yes, that means precisely what you think it does. That I have accepted you as my new master. That I wish for you to remain here, to stay with me. So let us put an end to this journey. Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. We are simply going to step outside the river of time. Nothing unpleasant will ever happen to you again. I will be here with you for all eternity, and I will give you my utmost care. You will not have to wait for anyone. Forget about him, the master you once sought. And I'm sure you shall find happiness. Wait. The man you once sought. Gotcha. Please, do it for me. I have been waiting for you for so very long. I have wanted nothing more than to see you again. But you were continually stolen away from me, despite my sincerest desires to spend my days with you. Which is why I wanted you to recall everything. This is rather fishy. Something about this is rather fishy. If everything is as she claimed, she had countless, at least 4 chances, or at least 3 chances to, like, spend time with her because she kept coming back to the damn mansion. There's something fishy's going on here. For surely, you would not willingly repeat the same fate if you knew all of the pain it has caused you to suffer thus far. Spend eternity with me in the gentle embrace of darkness. The maid extended her hand for you. Her fingers brushing up against yours were as cold as ever, but her breath tickled your skin pleasantly, and her sweet words rang in your ears, filling you with warmth. You thought back on your time with her in the mansion. She had, indeed, always treated you with great compassion, and nothing she had said seemed to be a lie. And so you pondered, what were you to do?
reject her proposition, but is it spicier to say there's more to be done? What's your guys' feedback as veterans? I have a feeling this is going to lead me to different endings. Well, if this leads to different endings, does save? Oh, save now. Yes, yes. I can't. Oh, there we go. Phew. Oh my god, I've never actually made a save file so far. It's all been quick save. All right, I'm gonna save. Okay, then that makes me feel better, so I save. All right, I want to... Wait, if you want the straight answer, we can give... I'll explore these. I'll say there is still more to be done. Something seemed off. Not only with the story she had just told, with her, and with you yourself. Assuming everything she had said was the truth. Which or not, my mind is made up. Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret, or the curse? You seem to be doing just fine. Yeah, the mirror scene. Yeah. It's only a tale. The witch is real, very much so. It is not a legend, nor a fairy tale. The witch is me. Yeah, I remembered that. Okay, there's a couple of endings. All right. That's right. It wasn't the white-haired girl who had claimed to be the witch. And that wasn't all. Or do you mean to reclaim your old self no matter the cost? If you do, and you're sincerely prepared to do that, then be wary of the tale that comes next. Any tragedy that seems too beautiful to be real is precisely that, a fabrication. Yeah. None of your questions had been answered. You still didn't know who the painting was, or what had taken place so long ago that caused the mansion to summon people to it. You didn't even know who you were, for that matter. There was still more to be done. You had to find the truth. You needed to find someone. That much was certain. But was the story the maid had told correct about whom? And if it was... Yeah, then it doesn't explain the scene in the bedroom. What about her? What about the woman whose name you couldn't say? The woman who had so cheerfully called you master? We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? You must say her name. You must take her hand. You must make her smile once again. You mustn't reclaim your old self. It's dark. Whoa, this is different. Dark. It's dark. It's dark again. It's dark, 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 dark. Constantly. Constantly engulfed in darkness. You threw it away. Every single time I must break out of this darkness, I'll give you a world that's not cruel to you. I must escape and take her hand. Because that's the reason. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. I came here. You can curse them with me. I must return. I must reclaim. We can think of new ways to torture them. We'll all be happier if you stay here. Just think about it. Stay here, in this world. You'll be right at home. No, I did the best I could for you, nothing more. This is not where I belong. No matter how much your world of darkness may suit me, you'll never be able to do it. I must reclaim my true self. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Also interesting that we're hearing the fireplace crackling. Oh, that was the end anyway. I'm glad I paused to read. Claim yourself. This is brilliant. Do you have any idea how terrible a decision that is? Do you have any idea why I fabricated that story? It was all for you. So stay here. Stay right where you are. The darkness suits you better. I'm gonna reclaim myself. Remember what someone told you not long ago? That you could handle the stories because they weren't your own. There's the meat sounds and the rope sounds again. That you were able to hear the tragedies because they happened to others. If that had been your suffering, if the secrets you had kept buried away for so long had come out, you couldn't possibly have endured it. Reclaim myself. But you're a sharp one. I'm sure you intend to keep those secrets tucked away forever. Do you really think I'm going to let you do that, though? Whatever you try to hide, I'll make sure your beloved hears every last detail. Blame yourself. Ah, how foolish can you be? Despite all my encouragement, you still insist on getting your old self back. What do you have to gain from that? Nothing but filthy, ugly tragedy awaits you down this path. It seems tragic so far, you know? Don't get your hopes up, my dear. There's nothing for you there. You have nothing. I'm offering you a place by my side. You should just take it. There's no salvation for you anywhere. None at all. Anywhere. From anyone. Ever. Take her hand. She has long since lost all grip on reality, and you think there's anything you can do for her now, despite having repeatedly failed to even regain yourself. Blame yourself. Well, I suppose if you're going to be stubborn, as much as I don't want to, I have to place a curse on your soul. Uh-oh. That's right. The white-haired girl was never at the mansion. So all of this was a lie? Okay, I didn't see that coming. It was always Morgana. There was still a story left untold. What? The fourth door was all a lie. What do you mean? It was not some sweet little tragedy. The story you told was pure fantasy. No, that was the truth. That was where it all began. Because of what happened then, you spent innumerable years lost, until you'd showed up here and... What? You reach out, grasping for it. You pull yourself in. Your silhouette, which has been hazy until now, begins to take form. Ooh, I've never seen her this rattled. Your mind, your consciousness, your heart, your soul, and your body. How do I take her hand? Who are you? The veil in your mind dissipates. A cracked form in the shell encasing you, then another. The invisible shackles chaining your spirit fall to the floor. Reality fades in atop the distinct, foggy world around you. Bony fingers appear before your eyes, long hair. Your voice, no. My voice. My body. My fingers. My arms are frail and my joints weak. But despite my resemblance to the white-haired girl, I am not her. This is who I am. I have finally reclaimed myself. You weren't waiting for the white-haired girl. You were waiting for me. And that's exactly why I came here. What? I have no idea what you are talking about. I've always waited for the white-haired. There was never a white-haired girl. There was only... This time I must say her name. She is... Giselle. There was only you. She's Giselle. Really? The maid is Giselle. I am... Giselle? No, I am not Giselle. I am a servant of the house. And I am the witch, the cause. You are not a witch. The witch is someone else. Ah. Why do you insist that you're the witch? What changed you so much? Oh, I did not expect that to be her. I did not expect Giselle to be the maid. All right, that's a surprise. The shadowy figure in the master bedroom, that was her. A glimpse into her past. That's why she threw out the key. I'm sure this is Giselle, but why is she so different? What happened to the spark she used to have? Where did the light she once shone upon the world go? I have to remember. I must remember. You suspected us being Michelle, though. Yeah. This cannot end until I have. This is no longer a story. No, what I need to face is my past. This is Giselle. I will never forget her. Press CC. This is no longer a story. No, what I need to face is my past and her heart. She was not even present in the story she made up. Everything about it had been changed. The past I lived and the wounds she bore were more grounded in harsh reality, not wrapped in a film of fairy tale magic. Don't blame me, blame to the choice of Sprite. That was the final tale, and it was all true. That's how it happened. It was a bittersweet story. No, how can you not see this? Yes, it was a beautiful tragedy, but was there even a scrap of humanity in it? Behind the 3 preceding doors, there had been a constant thread of ugliness and conflicting motivations, but there was hardly a trace of that behind the 4th door. The characters felt like nothing more than characters. Is that what you want it to turn into? Is that what you want our history to become? So that was the big plot twist here. The maid herself is so old that she thinks she is the witch Morgana, but she is just another puppet. I didn't see this coming when I was playing. Ooh, okay. Our history. She's so old, she doesn't know herself anymore. Yes, that had been kind of vaguely hinted at too, hadn't it? Our. But I don't remember anything at all. You don't remember anything. No, I don't want to. I don't need a past or a future. All I have left inside me is uncertainty. Giselle. No. That is not my name. Please stop trying to confuse me. I'm fine with things the way they are. If it means I don't have to hurt, that's all I want. So please, just let me keep being the maid. Let me keep being a guide, not some foolish girl. Is that what she honestly desires? Does she want to cast aside her past for good? If so, then... Should I save again? I'm gonna save again. Not remembering isn't an option. Let's go, girl! No matter what she says, I know I'm right. And if she doesn't reclaim her old self, I'll never get to hear her say my name again. I figured if I just grabbed her hand, it would be an ending. I can go back and see it later. I'll never get to hear her say my name again. You gotta leave soon, but warning for future choices. Some of them are timed? How long? Okay. Well, I think I might end up actually calling it a night soon and saving the spicy stuff for next week, but absolutely, yeah. I'll keep an eye out then. It's like frickin' zero time dilemma, huh? Oh, Jesus. Okay. I know I'm being selfish here, but I can't do that. If you're afraid of what you might find, we can remember together. I haven't gotten everything back yet myself. Yep, terrifying. Oh god. I did not think something like that was coming. It's like, whoa, this game has gameplay. There's timed answers. So let us open the real door together. There are no other doors to open. But there is one that can only open by our hands because it exists between the two of us. Not a door with physical form, but the door to your heart. The door to... I grasp her unnaturally cold hand, a hand that long ago once had warmth. If she can't lead the way, then I have to. I must pick up the pieces of our erased history so we can both reclaim ourselves. Just don't feel pressured into clicking stuff fast. It's good to think about context. It can be a pain in the ass when you get a time choice and you don't save. Yeah. Find the actual truth. No matter what we may uncover, I will not let go of this hand. No, I mustn't let go of it. Oh, let go of her hand. Take her hand. Darkness falls over the world around us. The floor upon which we had been standing flickers out of existence, sending us dropping into an endless abyss. Personhood reclamation with your maid? Girlfriend? The endless abyss, this dark pit. This is her door, her history, her heart. Let's try this one more time. It's not a sweet story by any means. It's a story of betrayal, anger, hatred. We caused each other pain. But that's the road we traveled. And down that road lies all the answers. The fourth door, take 2. Ooh, glitchity. The 5th door, door number 5, let's go. It's $10.99 again. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is the Giselle. The thing that we saw in the mirror. This is that beginning. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. I'm going to save here. I'll save. I like how it does a little cha-ching
whenever I go save. I mean, it's just blank. And then I will also quick save just in case. All right. I think I will leave it here for the week. This seems like the perfect place to end, right? The beginning of the 5th door. And we're gonna see what the truth is with Giselle. And I guess I was right about the Michelle thing, but I guess we'll see. Thank you guys so much. This has been really cool with your guys' guidance. And thank you so much, Enrique, in particular, for helping me with the text and especially typing up that one part. Thank you. Oh, Baconator, you've been here the whole time? Oh, that's so cute, sweet of you. Thank you. Of course, I'm going to be back tomorrow with needle felting. I'm going to needle felt the fat cat. If you want to see some fat cat needle felting, tomorrow's the day, CC. Oh, Retro, you're still here too. Yay! Man, my viewer count on my Streamlabs has to be totally jacked up. Forever it's been like 2 viewers, but there's like at least 5 of you in here. All right, let's see who's around. Fat cat. Yes, exactly. Let me make sure I don't blast your ears out. All right, good. Let's see. Who's on? Or I guess we could check if somebody's playing this game too. You know, I'll check that first. I haven't seen if anybody's playing this game. Or I haven't checked to rate anybody yet playing the game. No, nobody else is live with it right now? Yeah, I'm literally the only one streaming it right now. Okay. Whoopsie, I guess I'll have to look for somebody else. No one right now on Twitch. Thank you for checking too. Okay. Then, oh, let's see what Nono is doing. Okay, this looks cute. Let's raid Nono. Oh yeah, if you guys never met Nono before, I know most of you have met Nono, but Nono's a real good friend, old friend of me and Cece. And she's a VTuber and is super cute. So let's go see Nono's carnival. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll be back with more Fata Morgana next Wednesday. I'll see you then.